We'll go through the apologies, substitutions and declarations of interest, and hopefully that'll allow anybody who is just about to join us to join in. So can we have apologies, substitutions and declarations of interest?
We have no apologies, convener. We had declarations of interest at the earlier meeting. Do we have any further declarations of interest for this meeting?
None on the chat, Diane. Oh. Yeah, thanks, Hannah. That's noted. Anna will need to go away. If there's no apologies or declarations of interest, I don't see Councillor Wilson here. I assume that he's left.
Yes, here.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, David. My apologies. Can we move on to agenda item number 8, which is the follow-through report on All Saints Primary. I'll ask Michael to introduce the report, and then hopefully we have the head teacher here, and he can say, or she can say a few words on it. Michael.
Through you, convener. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm just searching through WebEx, and I'm not seeing Lorraine Fisher, the head teacher, on the call. I did check in with her this morning and asked that all was okay, but I'm not seeing her unless someone else is seeing her, and I'm not.
No. So.
We could proceed without her, but I know that she's prepared to be. I don't know whether we could maybe move on to item 9 and come back, and I can find out what's happened. I don't know if that would be appropriate.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that if that's an agreement with the committee. Can we go to agenda item number 9 first of all, and that'll allow Michael to find his primary head. So number 9 is the Education Revenue and Capital Budget Report for 2021-2022, and I'll put it over to Ian. Ian?
Thanks, convener. This is a report to the Advice Committee of the Education Revenue and Capital Budget position at period 7, and that's up to the end of October 21. Main section of the report, as always, is section 5. So that gives you details of the 21-22 revenue budget. The current education budget is 88.238 million, and the latest projection is an underspend of 273,000, and that's a reduction in expenditure of 74,000 since the last committee. The significant variances responsible for the projected underspend are noted in detail in section 5.2 of the report. The majority of the projected decrease since the last committee relates to employee costs. So moving on to section 6 of the report, that gives you details of the education capital programme. The budget for the capital programme is 18.577 million, and we're projecting to spend 4.908 million in the current financial year. The original budget projected that we'd be spending 4.28 million at this point, and so we've got accelerated spend at the moment of 628,000 or 15%. Expenditure at 30th of November was 3.712 million or 76% of the expected total for the year. I can confirm that the cost of the overall programme is being contained within budget. Moving on to section 7 of the report, that gives you details of the earmarked reserves, and you'll see that by the project in Appendix 5 also. So total earmarked reserves for 21-22 are 4.016 million, with 2.014 million expected to be spent this financial year. Expenditure up to the end of period 7 is 542,000 or 26% of the total for the year. And spent to date per the original budget profile was expected to be 584,000, resulting in slippage of 42,000 or 5%. I'm not requesting any requirements this committee cycle. So committee are asked to note the current projected underspend of 273,000 for the revenue budget, and to note the financial position of the capital programme. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks for that, Ian. I'll open up for questions for any members. I'll ask Councillor MacLeod, have you got any questions on that, Jim?
Not for this one, thanks, convener.
Okay, thank you. I can't. Oh, apologies. Provost Martin Brennan. Martin.
Thank you, Jim. Ian, I was looking at the underspend for school meals at 65,000. How much of that is down to children not using school canteens and preferring instead fast food outlets?
Through you, convener, yeah. Obviously, that your 65,000 that you're referring to there is the underspend in the school meals provision. So that's for the ingredients they buy for making the meals. And that will be a consequence. If you look at the income, we're also projecting that we're short on the income that we're receiving for the school meals. So that tells you that the uptake of the children is down compared to where it used to be. And I think, as you alluded to there about the fast food impact, I think that's a particular problem at Inverclyde Academy. I can't comment on the other schools, but I'm seeing the Inverclyde Academy's performance, school income-wise, is way down where it used to be. So I'm assuming that's a consequence of having Greg's, etc., across the road.
I don't know what you can do about that. Other than shut Greg's down, but I'm sure Greg would have something to say about that.
I might let Tony. Tony, do you want to comment?
Thanks very much, convener. Yeah, it's something we're aware of, and we've started looking at the school meal provision with doing it with the aim of doing a review on it. We're already looking at trying to improve the uptake in terms of meal deals, things like that as well. But it is going to be a tough job because obviously the commercial operators have got a march on us because of the meal deals. So what we're trying to do is we will try and work on that over the next couple of months to try and improve the income from for school meals. But it is a challenge.
Martin, is that okay? Okay. Now I've got a couple.
That's fine.
Okay. I've got a couple of questions in the chat, but I've got Frances with her hand up, so I'll go to Frances first. Frances.
Right, thanks, Jim. Could I ask about the vacant post in the psychological service? Could I ask how many posts are vacant and how long they've been vacant for? I'm asking that because just reflecting back on my own experience, the psychological services were really crucial in providing the most appropriate support for pupils with additional support needs. So could you maybe, as I say, identify the number of posts, and is there a difficulty in recruitment there?
I think I'll put that one to Ruth. I can see Michael's on the phone. Ruth, can you take that one for us?
Yes, we've taken one post which has had a historical vacancy against it as a saving, as a budget adjustment, and psychological services. I absolutely appreciate your comments about them being valued. There has been historical recruitment issues. We have, but again, we've used them through, we've had additionality of the types of service through the Attainment Challenge, and also through pupil equity funding and through the early years to some extent as well. So there are different ways of delivering similar services. So yes, so in short answer, we've taken one as a budget adjustment. The vacancies, we're hoping any vacancies that are left, given the totality of what we've got through the Attainment Challenge as well, we're hoping to fill. And also they are more difficult to fill, although we've had the equivalent of a probationer with educational psychological services. We take somebody to do a probation a year in place.
That's good. Thanks, thanks, Ruth. It's just that, to highlight how crucial the members of the psychological services are for the young people, especially in relation to where we are just now. Thanks, Ruth.
Through you, I'll just add to that answer from Ruth there that it was based on 2 vacancies, one of which was filled in late 2021, and the other one is the saving that will be taken next year, so that will be vacant for the rest of the year.
Right. Thanks, Ian. Thank you. Thanks, convener.
Can I go to Natasha next? Natasha?
Yes, my question was partially that Councillor Brennan gave, but my other question about the free school meals was about the impact of COVID. Are we still seeing an impact on the uptake of free school meals because of COVID?
Through you, Convener, I think there's various factors coming together for the reason for the lower uptake, and certainly COVID would be one of the reasons. I think and people probably have changed their behaviour due to COVID, and maybe I don't fancy going to the canteen as much as they did previously. So I think that's definitely a factor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Natasha. I can't see any other questions. Can we agree the report? Thank you. And can I welcome Lorraine to the meeting? I'm sure I've seen her there. Yes, Lorraine, welcome. We're just going to head back to your report from the follow through in All Saints. And what I'll do is I'll allow Michael to introduce it first of all, and then we'll invite you into the meeting, Lorraine. So, Michael.
Thank you. So through you, Convener, hopefully the report is self-explanatory, and there's a later item in the education update about the work of Education Scotland. But you may recall that All Saints was inspected in the November of 2018 under the full inspection model, and was due a return visit from the inspectorate. COVID then, of course, came along, and we waited until the beginning, I suppose, of this academic year, when they announced that they would re-engage with a degree of scrutiny, which is outlined in the other paper. And part of their work was to go back to schools that had inspection outcomes where they had indicated a need for a return visit to essentially check in and update parents and elected members and the community on progress against the outcomes for the previous inspection report. Of course, what these follow through, these are not follow through inspections as such. They've been done as a follow through visit. It was an HMI who came out to the school, I have to say, and that HMI had also before the visit been offering support to the schools, had begun to build a relationship with the school and an understanding of context. And the model that was adopted was one of reviewing the school's current practice and progress in conjunction with and partnership with the school and indeed the local authority. So Alison McClellan, the education officer for the school, was involved. Part of what these letters are seeking to do is also to understand the context of COVID, the impact that the pandemic has had, and the response that the schools have had to make to the pandemic, as well as then focusing in on any areas of improvement from the previous report. I'm pleased to say that the follow-through letter that we have received is a very positive one and indicates that there will be no further visits to the school in relation to the original inspection, which is clearly the outcome we were all hoping for. Before I bring in Lorraine, I think what I would say is that what potentially wasn't captured in the report but was verbally given back to us as feedback was how impressed the HMI was with not only the school's response to COVID but also its determination, despite everything else, to move forward with the areas that it was left with as recommendations in the original inspection. And many things were picked up in the letter for praise, notwithstanding Lorraine's leadership of the school and its community throughout this period of time, but also the principal teacher of the communication and language base, which was an area that did have a separate section in the original report where work was needed to be done. And again, the letter that I'm sure you've had time to look at indicates significant progress has been made in that regard. So the recommendation in the report is to note the outcome of this follow through, and before we maybe open up, I'd like to invite Lorraine to say a few words about the letter. Lorraine.
Yeah, we are delighted with the letter and the response from Education Scotland. We feel that it's recognises of the long and hard work that we've all taken part in All Saints. They also recognised the work that we did, not just for children, but for the whole community here in the East End during both lockdowns. to respond to COVID-19. So we're very pleased that our hard work has been recognised.
Thanks, Lorraine. Lorraine, I'm going to open up to questions, but what I would say, first of all, I do know that there's none of your ward's councillors that are in the meeting. So Councillor McElhenney, Councillor McCormick and Councillor Jackson, and I'm sure they'll want me to pass on their kind regards to you in what was a good letter. So I'll do that in their behalf, and I'll just open up to any other member if they want to comment. Elizabeth, first of all.
Thanks, Jim, for bringing me in. Congratulations, Lorraine. I mean, when you see that a report was published in March 2019 and you think how the world has just unbelievably changed since that point, I can almost understand anybody going, you know, game's a bogey, there's nothing that we can do. But the fact that Education Scotland were able to come in and say, not only have you responded well to the pandemic, but you've responded well to improvement during the pandemic, is a huge thing to say to you and to your staff. And I hope that you can take that message back to them from me at least, and I'm sure I'm probably saying things that other members of the committee would want to say. I had a question about, obviously there were areas for improvement that had been noted, but you've also got the context in your school of the speech and language in it. And I just wondered about the disruption to learning that we talk about generally across the education system, and just what your experience was of mitigating that for the speech and language unit. I can only imagine it must have been an even more difficult task. And I'd love to get an insight into how you experienced that, and your staff and pupils and parents experienced it.
Yeah, that was particularly challenging for us because the children with communication difficulties very much separate home life and school life. So it was challenging for us to involve them in engaging in learning because they were at home and didn't think they should be doing any schoolwork. So how we responded to that is that weekly staff did doorstop visits to those children so that we kept up that connection with school. And rather than doing online learning for them, we prepared learning packs. And as some of the guidance changed, we were able to have them safely into the building. So they had an enhanced transition back into the site. And as I say, throughout the holidays and the lockdowns, we kept face-to-face visits up for those families.
Okay, Elizabeth.
It's really helpful. Again, just an example of how adaptive our teaching system has had to be. Thank you. Thanks, Lorraine.
Okay. Francis, would you like to comment?
Yeah, just a comment I've put in the chat to Lorraine is to offer her congratulations in getting such a positive report in difficult times. It's hard enough to get a positive report in the best of times, I can assure you. So it's really terrific to see what's been achieved in the school. And I'm sure, you know, your parents and pupils will be very, very grateful to you and all your staff. So congratulations, well done.
There's no further questions, Lorraine. Just echo what both Francis and Elizabeth said, and what I said about your local councillors. Please pass on our regards and our best wishes to all your staff, and I know how hard work they must have put into this as well. So please put our regards from the Education Committee on to them, and thank them very much for every teacher for all the work they've done throughout this pandemic. This has been a very tough 2 years for you, and we do recognise that. And Michael keeps us up to date regularly on what's happening. So please pass on our best wishes to you and all your staff.
Thank you for that. Bye-bye.
Bye now. And with that, can I thank you very much for that? Can we move on to agenda item number 10, which is the Capital Progress Report? And I'm going to ask Eddie to speak on it. Eddie.
Thanks, Convener. The report provides an update on the projects within the Education Capital Programme. The majority of the projects across the programme are now complete, as noted within the report. The Group Primary School project is the last of the major projects to be completed. The committee will be aware of the history of the project and the challenges connected with the insolvency of the original contractor and the impact of COVID on placing a new contract. The programme for the completion works has also been impacted, not only through the need to rectify issues left from the work by the previous contractor, but also through continuing challenging market conditions we've experienced in the construction sector. This impact's ongoing and still presenting issues for projects on site, in terms of materials availability and labour supply chain pressures. So unfortunately, the programme update in the committee report has slipped further, with the contractor indicating April for the main phase of works. And the final smaller phases, including clearing the site compound to allow the completion of the expanded car park, will extend to the summer holidays, when it's anticipated that the temporary modular accommodation will be removed from the existing playground. So we continue to engage with the school and the parent council as the work progresses towards completion. I can provide a brief update on some of the other areas of activity. The demolition of Sacred Heart has been delayed, as indicated in the report, as we await utility disconnection dates. The final item on those is the electrical disconnection, which we have now received the date for this week, and that will allow us to hand over the demolition contractor hopefully next week. Life cycle work in section 6 has largely been completed for the current financial year, with some smaller work still ongoing, and we're planning's underway for the programme in the new financial year. Section 8 covers the school interactive whiteboard refresh linked to the digital strategy previously approved by the committee. As noted within the text in 8.1, a report was submitted to the Policy and Resources Executive Subcommittee in December to approve accelerating the previously agreed programme. That's to assist mitigating capital programme slippage in the current financial year. The works have now commenced on site with a view to completing as much as possible by the end of March. To ask that the committee note the report, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks a lot for this, Eddie. I think it's a testament to everybody how short this report is now. If we think of what like our capital reports were in the past, and I'm going to bring in people for questions, and I'm sure that perhaps Lynn will want to comment on the Gaelic primary, but I suppose that is our only thorn in the flesh, and we know you've tried your hardest to get that over the line, and I know it's been out with your hands on it, but it's just to pass on our things of hopefully there'll be no more delays after this. And I know it's one of these ones you can never tell. These things come out of left field, and I know what happened after Christmas probably came out of left field as well. But it is a testament to you and who's went before you, how much we've actually done in our schools over many years. I'll open up to questions. Oh, and again, the lack of questions just shows that we are content on the progress with it. So if there's no other questions, can I ask you to note the recommendations at 3.1? Okay, thank you on that. Can we move quickly on to agenda item number 11? And that is the Education CDIPS, the Corporate Directorate Improvement Plan Progress Report 1920 and 2019 to 2022. And that will be, is it Andrea is going to take us through that, or Ruth to start? Ruth?
I'll take us through this. So this is our CDIP and the progress report on it. And interestingly, page 139 mentions the project we're taking forward on the uptake of free school meals, especially in the secondary schools. So there's a nice link there. So we have six projects on track. 9 with slight slippage. They tend to be where we've had national slippage as well throughout COVID. For instance, the Children's Services Plan was delayed in implementation. So the AMBERs perhaps for myself is nothing to worry about, because actually that reflects the context we've been in. I'll conscious of time for this committee, so I think the report speaks for itself, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nat. Ruth. First question from Elizabeth. Elizabeth?
Thanks, Jim. Thanks for bringing me in. A couple of questions. One is just obviously there's a whole bunch of information that we don't have for 1920, and that kind of makes sense because obviously we're in a different contextually. But just looking at the performance in terms of 21-22 that we've got. Actually, I'm just wondering how we've got 21-22 information when we're still in that year. Is that maybe in the wrong column actually? Kind of looking at page 142.
So perhaps just looking at that page, are you perhaps looking at the targets for 21-22? So we've got the performance for 2021.
No, it says 21. 22. So it's probably just it's the wrong title. That's all it is. It's the wrong title because it says 21-22, but it probably should be 2021. But I'm just looking, obviously they are lower anyway, the figures for numeracy and literacy from the last figures that we've got there, which are 18-19. And I know we've got recovery teachers, I know we've got people in the system who are helping with that, but I guess probably as a committee we would want to put a marker down that you know, asking the question about the figures improving this year and continuing to improve and all the rest of it. So that's my sort of first comment, a question type thing. And the other one I've got is really just about exclusions, and this is just me having my 3 o'clock in the morning thoughts again. How did we deal with exclusions when we were in lockdown? How did we deal with that when kids were not physically at school? So that kept me awake also one night. So I'll ask that question too.
Okay. So coming in first on the literacy and numeracy, and yes, we've seen a dip in our attainment and the poverty-related attainment gap actually increasing over COVID. And I suppose I don't need to rehearse the narrative around that. Michael's spoken to that a lot, and Lorraine alluded to it today, the amount of support that some young people have needed. What I would say is the recovery teachers are in place and the schools are working incredibly hard as to what that recovery looks like and getting the children back up to speed. And some of it has been, what we're seeing is a very positive progress on the amounts the children have been able to pick up with, and certainly with targeted interventions, the young people are back and looking at our stats. They're looking positive. I suppose it does raise the question when we have a pandemic like this, when we have a very relationships-based nurturing provision, then and we rely on that, then when we lose that has a huge impact upon Inverclyde, because it's that relationship and keeping children at their learning that we certainly have used to raise our attainment. But we've done it once. So our feeling is we will do it again. The exclusions during lockdown will have gone down, of course, because if children weren't at school, the chances of them being seriously detrimental to good order and discipline would have decreased. Remember, there was times when children were in school as well, so there would have been an element of some exclusions. There would have been exclusions perhaps during lockdown for particular reasons. So that would still have been in place for some young people. But remember, when we exclude, it's to keep good order and discipline as well. I don't know if Michael's got anything to add, especially on the first point with literacy and numeracy around the quality assurance we're doing with the recovery teachers.
Yeah, thanks, Ruth. Through you, convener. I think Ruth's right. We're 1 term into the new academic year, and certainly the data that we are collating essentially through the Attainment Challenge, particularly in the primary, is positive. However, what I would also say is, whilst we do have that additionality in the system and we are being incredibly rigorous with that, we have 4 experienced head teachers who are giving of their time to go out into schools to support their colleagues, to ensure that the management and leadership around that additionality is well thought through and having best effect. We're also being affected by attendance of both staff and pupils, and that's still an ongoing problem and a challenge. We are, I mean, I was going to give a brief update in the update paper in terms of the return to school. I mean, the attendance nationally is not where it would normally be, and we remain in line or above that national average on a week-to-week basis. But certainly some of the additionality that's in schools is being used to backfill class teachers who are isolating. Even with the new guidance, there's still a period of isolation. I think the other big challenge for class teachers is the number of pupils that are in and out at any one time. And in some contexts, it's very difficult to have had a period of time where the entire class has been with you for a sustained period. So you're having to then, you know, catch up children on learning that's been lost at the moment, as well as potentially catching up on recovering on prior learning. So it's no small feat, but the data is showing an improving trend.
Thank you, Michael. Elizabeth, is that okay?
Yep, it's absolutely fine. But in terms of Ruth's comment about kids being at home and not being able to disrupt the learning of others, I can neither confirm or deny if that was in fact the case in my house.
Okay, thanks for that, Elizabeth. Can I bring in Lynn? Lynn Quinn? Lynn?
Yeah, thanks. Just on Liz's point, I think I should have had an exclusion policy written for my house as well. It would probably have been quite useful. Exclude you to the garden for 4 hours. Thank you. Yeah, just back onto the kind of preschool meal. So under there, obviously, we're showing that item about introducing food and nutrition guidelines and increase the uptake in preschool meal. It's just it's shown as being on track. So just linking that back to the previous conversation, how can it be on track if we're actually seeing you know, a reduction in uptake in preschool meals? And probably my second question is the introduction of food and nutrition guidelines in our high schools have an effect on the uptake?
Yeah. I'm going to put Tony to that one because obviously Tony's been working on that, and your second comment is one we've rehearsed well with him. Tony?
So what is on track is that we have managed to implement the food and nutritional guidelines, and we've begun to change the menu, and that happened earlier actually than when the regulations came in. And has it had an impact on uptake? Yes, I would say it has, because we've generally, you know, although we're providing healthier options and we've got some kind of interesting ways of doing that, generally speaking, processed meat, things like that a lot of children and young people like, we're unable to serve as much now. So yes, I think there will be a period of time where children and young people will probably be opting not to have school meals because of the restrictions around the guidelines, and some of them are quite strict when you think of it's not just the school meals, it's throughout the school day. So there's a lot of things within school provision that we can no longer provide, but we're trying to find that balance over a 2-week period, for example, and we continuously look for kind of interesting and innovative ways of presenting the food and its combinations.
Okay, thanks, Tony. Lynn, is that okay?
Yeah, no, I just think for my own kids, there's only so many interesting things you can do with corn. You know, so that's the daily complaint I get when they come back. You know, the ham and cheese toastie doesn't have any ham in it. So so I think, you know, it's kind of how do we go back to the guidelines, because if we are making it so healthy that they're choosing to go elsewhere and get a really unhealthy external meal, you know, it's trying to get that balance, isn't it? So which isn't easy, I would assume.
Unfortunately, we can't go back on the guidelines, so it's going to be, I can't see any other way of doing it other than external providers reducing the amount of salt and things like that in their own, but that's probably not going to happen. So, but as I said, it is a continuous challenge, but our team here are always looking at menus, actually cooking things themselves and trying to make things as interesting as possible in order to meet the nutritional guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. I'm going to bring in Natasha. Natasha?
Yep, it's just further on Lynn's points, because of the school nutrition was extensively discussed at one of the COSLA meetings I was at, and I was wondering if Tony, there was a way of us feeding back to the Scottish Government the impact it's had so far. Now, obviously there's a variety of factors at play here, but I'm a big advocate of making sure that our young people have got not only healthy choices, but a choice to make, and that they're fully equipped for when they leave school, they're able to make them decisions too. And I feel like by restricting it too much, we could be detrimenting them, because there'll be some kids that maybe just won't eat if they don't have the money to go outside. So is there any mechanism for us to maybe feed back to the Scottish Government, or do they have a review point that we know of that we can do that?
Tony?
Through your convener, yes, we feed back through the networks around school catering, and so we do try and feed back as much as we can the challenges that we're having. But I suppose just to reiterate, the school meals is only one part of the nutritional, I suppose, guidelines for in schools, and teaching staff already, and have done for a number of years, are trying to educate children and young people on healthy eating choices just alongside their parents. So doing that. So yeah, we definitely feedback, and there's definitely a challenge ahead, and I'm acutely aware of that.
Okay, Natasha.
Yep, just on that, is it possible for us to maybe, if there is any movement or any updates, can we get that back to this committee, please, on that topic? Just because it's created a lot of conversation today.
Specifically around the implementation of the nutritional guidelines.
Yes, the nutritional guidelines. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to bring in Councillor MacLeod. Jim, you get any questions?
Yeah, it's a question and a comment. Again, it's about food and free school meals, and our young people opting, or many of them opting, to go to fast food outlets at lunchtime. It's quite galling, because I've asked before and I've been told that, you know, the school lunches have improved, and many schools have got salad bars and serve paninis and other things now. It's not the sort of more bland dinners that certainly I witnessed when I was a kid at school. So so it is galling when, you know, particularly the free aspect of it, you know, when they're not being, the meals are not being taken up. Mind you, it hasn't helped. The fact, I think, is we've seen a huge growth in the fast food industry. I mean, in Port Glasgow alone, I don't know how many we've got, 5, 6, 7 fast food outlets all in a small area around the town centre and the retail park, which probably doesn't help any. But has any consultation gone out with the young people themselves to see what they would like to have, and if they can help to perhaps plan out the sort of meals that they would eat, but at the same time would hopefully be healthy?
Tony?
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor MacLeod. Yeah, we do consult with our young people. In fact, it's an ongoing consultation, and particularly with our secretaries just now. And I believe that we're planning the Clyde conversations coming up later in the year, that the young people have indicated they want to talk to us about school meal provision as well. So we will undertake that. And we've also been out to Inverclyde Academy, because of the particular issues there around the proximity of fast food outlets, to look at ways of actually, you know, trying to think outside the box about school meals as well. So and you know how young people eat, they like noodle bars, they like, you know, these sorts of things, but there's also a significant social aspect to school meal provision as well, and particularly for our secondary children who actually like getting out at lunchtime and socialising with their friends. And so we it's almost as if everything's conspiring against us, but you know, we remain optimistic that we'll be able to turn things around.
Thanks, Tony. Is that okay, Jim?
Can I just say that is there no way? I mean, if I take on board what Tony just said there about some youngsters want to go outside and be together and socialise, I wonder if there'd be any option of, you know, just like going into a fast food place establishment and providing some food that, rather than get served in a plate, is actually put in a carton or whatever, so as they can go outside with friends and perhaps eat it outside. I don't know if that would be maybe something that could be considered. The other thing as well is, we know, I think in Renfrewshire Council, they took a policy decision some years ago that fast food facilities could only be set up a certain distance. Can't remember, it's 500 metres or 600 metres, whatever it is, away from schools. They wouldn't approve any fast food outlets to be any nearer. So it's not helpful, I think, when you've got any fast food outlets right on the doorstep of a school.
Tony?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's the decision around that is for I would imagine the planners for deciding about fast food outlets. I get that. I think we do. A lot of our young people even can take their meals outside. For example, in Inverclyde Academy, believe it or not, they can actually, you know, they can get a meal and take it outside, that they're not all sit-down meals. They're mostly provided in that way in primary, but the secondaries do have a bit more leeway in terms of removal of the food from the hall. But again, it's just, we're looking at everything, and I take your views on board, but it is difficult to try to compete against these significant organisations that know what they're doing.
Okay, Jim.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wilson, David. You're on mute, David.
Sorry, convener. I have my regular consultation with some 5th and 6th years, and the general consensus is they just don't like the school dinners, the school food. And I think in order for us to do anything to keep them away from the outside caterers, we need to improve the quality of the food. That's the message I get from the pupils.
Okay, thanks, David. Tony, that's the same comment you had before about we're really hamstrung of what we can actually serve, but I'll let you answer.
Yeah, and that hopefully we'll get even more feedback. We're aware of some of the issues around it, but we're obviously constrained through nutritional guidelines, and also the cost of free school meals as well. Not free school meals, the cost of the meals that we're trying to provide that service, for the budget that's available. So there's a number of things in there, and I'm hoping to get some really good qualitative information from the young people in order for us to take the review forward.
Okay, thanks, Tony. If there's no other questions, can we agree the report? Thank you, everybody. Can we move to agenda item number 13, which is the Scottish Attainment Challenge refresh? And this probably fits in nicely to the previous agenda item. So I'll let Michael introduce this. Michael?
Jim, have you missed 12?
It's number 12.
Oh, have us? Oh, apologies. Oh, do you know, things were going so good.
It's okay, it's me anyway.
This meeting was nearly going as smooth as the previous communities meeting. I just got in front of myself, so apologies for that.
Just continue that you jumped them.
Education update report, Ruth.
Okay,
I think it's Michael.
It's me that's taking this one. So thank you through you, convener. Yeah, we've got a couple. It's me with a couple of colleagues coming in to say a few words. I don't want to say too much about certain parts of it, but I think there's parts of it that might need more said, and certainly maybe draw some questions. I mean, obviously at 4.1, as we alluded to earlier on, we are now returned to school. It has been challenging. I don't think it's been as challenging as we predicted it might be. It might have been. We certainly haven't seen any significant impact on the service delivery. We haven't had to take the decision to close parts of or any service in its entirety, but that's not been without its challenges, and to pay testament to the colleagues out in schools and early years establishments, and certainly the team at the centre. We've had to do a lot of reorganising, reworking, redeploying, people that work across the centre, working within the Attainment Challenge, who need to go out into schools to support. So it's been a challenge. There's a link there to attendance. I mean, attendance has been affected, I think, consistently throughout the pandemic. It seemed after Christmas, actually, in the sort of first full week back, to have picked up nationally, and again we were ahead of that average. The link is there to the public tableau, so if you've had a look at that, you'd have seen how Inverclyde is comparing. But certainly it has not been without its challenges, but we haven't, as I say, had to formally make any decisions about closure of any school, or even in part. Moving on, sorry, just to say before I move on, we are still working through the guidance, working with the guidance that we've had in place. There's a possibility that we may well see some change to this guidance, but we have had no formal indication yet of a timescale for that. When it comes to SQA at 4.2,
please hold.
Oh. Hello, can you all still hear me?
We can still hear you, Michael. I think it's
okay,
just
sorry.
some protection.
Right, okay. So we certainly continue to plan for and are working towards a full exam diet. There are contingencies laid out, helpfully called Plan A, Plan B, not to be confused with other Plan Bs. But at the moment, we are certainly in a situation where, despite the fact that we expect there to be a full exam diet, there is a distinct possibility that we may see some adjustments to how that's handled. We potentially expect there to be an announcement coming, perhaps not as quickly as we might like, in respect of the SQA publishing more guidance in respect of some of the content of the examination, not the questions, not the answers, but being clearer about what the content will be. That will certainly support pupils and staff to focus their teaching and revision ahead of time. That announcement has yet to come, but that's what we are expecting. 4.3, we have, I alluded to this earlier, the Education Scotland update. We've heard obviously from Lorraine and All Saints. We have another report being published next week, and it will come to the next committee. That's the follow through at Lady Alice. And as well as that, the Inspectorate have done a number of thematic inspections nationally. There's no indication yet quite of the publication of these, but certainly there were 3 areas: outdoor learning, wellbeing and approaches to recovery, and we engaged in all 3. And you can see there, there's actually an error. I have to apologise, I've just noticed it, I don't know how that happened. The wellbeing visit was a full day to Ailey Mill and not Kilmacombe, so my apologies to Katrina Miller. But we certainly have had very, very positive verbal feedback from the engagement with the 3 HMIs who linked through to the work that we were sharing with them. And the work that we shared in respect to recovery is the work that I referred to in response to Councillor Robertson earlier on. We were going to be seeing a return to full inspection from January, but I think the engagement with schools such as All Saints and Lady Alice in the autumn term potentially made the Inspectorate rethink, and so they've stepped back from the full resumption. They are not publicising yet a date for full resumption of inspection and scrutiny. However, what they will be doing from around February, mid-February, is beginning to engage with schools and local authorities about recovery and about the challenges of recovery and what is working well with recovery, but we've yet to see any full detail on that. I'm now going to ask Linda Wilkie to come in at 5 for the early years updates.
Linda.
Thank you, Michael. Through you, convener. There's 4 early learning childcare updates today. At 5.1 of the report, you'll see an update on Happy Tots Nursery in Greenock and Inverclydes in relation to recent inspections by the Care Inspectorate, and we have spoke about this at committee before. The inspection outcomes meant that both settings failed to meet Scottish Government's national standard and Inverclyde Council's contract. Scrutiny of both services is underway. We're having careful monitoring of their action plan and frequent scrutiny visits to both services. We're meeting at various levels of their organisation. So, for example, we've met with senior managers at Thrive Childcare, which is the umbrella organisation. We've met with national operational leads and with the local managers of both services. Progress has been impacted by COVID outbreaks in both settings. However, we are seeing early signs of improvement, and a further report on both settings will be submitted to committee in March. 5.2 of the report reminds committee of Inverclyde Council's statutory duty under the Children and Young People Scotland Act 2014 to consult with parents regarding the local delivery of ELC. The parental survey ran for 3 weeks at the end of 2021. We're currently conducting a full analysis of the survey findings, and a draft delivery plan will be submitted to committee in May before publication. The third update is at 5.3 of the report and is on West College Scotland nursery provision within the Finnart campus in Greenock. In December, Education Services was informed of a proposal to close the nursery as of the 17th of June 2022. It was a surprise to us. We've worked very closely with the college over a long number of years. At the present time, officers are working to identify additional capacity in the central locality because we do anticipate a pressure there. There is a plan in place that's been agreed with the college to work with the 10 anti-preschool children who will need to be relocated to an alternative nursery for the preschool year. We're also working with college staff in terms of recruitment opportunities within the council. And again, a further report will be submitted to committee in March 2022 with an update on the college situation. The last update for this afternoon is at 5:04 of the report, and that is on the early years budget for 2022-23. And we've had advice from Scottish Government that the early learning and childcare specific grant will reduce in the next financial year. Although a reduction in the funding was anticipated, we thought that this would be over a number of years. And the result of that reduction in funding is that 1.136 million will be removed from the ELC budget. And officers are currently scoping the impact of this reduction and will submit a full report to committee in March 2022. Happy to take any questions in any of these updates.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Can I just check that call-in number 3 is Jim McLeod? He's actually managed to call back in. Jim, is that you?
Yes, sorry, I got cut off. I'm back in, thanks.
Just want to make sure. I'll open up to questions either by hand or in the chat function. Elizabeth Robertson, Liz.
Hi, thanks Jim for bringing me in again. I've got questions across the report, including bits that we've not talked about yet. Well, do you want me to just do Linda's ones at the minute, or?
Jim, there were a couple more points in the report at 6 and 7.
Well, that's my fault, Michael. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I didn't want to interrupt you. So I'll just quickly finish off.
Yeah, and then I'll bring Elizabeth in.
I'm going to bring Tony in at number 7, but it just point 6.1 was a request at the previous committee in November about looking at the school holiday picture across the West Partnership, and we've attached an appendix showing what that looks like across the local authorities after the work of the working group was completed. And then I'm going to hand over to Tony for 7.1 and 7.2.
Tony?
Sorry, Tony, I was asking you to come in at.
All right, sorry, I was waiting on the 6, right? Sorry about that.
Sorry, no, that's me. Sorry.
Slick, right? Okay, so breakfast club provision. Just to let you know that the service returned to breakfast club provision from August. However, I was acutely aware of the need to return to what we had before in terms of the way food was served, in terms of cereal, things like that. So we have been rather through the course of January getting kids back into the way breakfast provision used to be provided, so less about grab and go. However, we're leaving it schools to manage at the moment because of the issues around the bubbles and making sure we've got the appropriate staff in place to do it. I'm fully expecting by the end of January that all schools will have moved back to their provision again. And Hugh's team is undertaking a review of breakfast club provision at this moment to make sure that we're making it as equitable as possible. So we are kind of gently moving back in to the way breakfast club provision was before, but certainly there's still a wee bit of work to be done. In terms of universal free school meal provision, you'll know obviously that we have introduced free school meal provision for P5s early. The 6s and 7s, we had to provide information to the Scottish Government on the total costs associated with that and all the adjustments that need to be made in terms of equipment in kitchens, and because it's quite a significant change to move to the 6s and 7s. You'll also know that the programme for government, the Scottish Government, this was kind of put on the back burner, and that there was no guidance coming out to say that they were definitely going ahead from August. So we have paused our implementation plans for that until we get further information from the Scottish Government around whether or not we will be implementing this from August. So happy to take any questions on those aspects.
Right. Thanks, Tony. I'm going to bring Elizabeth back in. Just apologies for that, Elizabeth.
Thanks again. Quite a few questions. Do you want me just to do them one at a time, or do you want me to rattle through them all?
I would put it to each officer. So the first one to Michael, I will allow him to answer, and then if you've got one to Linda and Tony, I'd take it in order.
Okay, doc. So one question for Michael in the first section. The vaccinations for 12 to 15-year-olds. I know that we're not doing anything in schools in terms of them, but I think there will be a delay in the numbers that we're seeing coming through that because of the 12 weeks that have to be they have to wait for children to be able to get their second vaccination after they've had a period of COVID. And we've had quite a lot of COVID obviously in our 12 to 15-year-olds. So I'm just wondering if we've factored that into what we know we're going to see in the statistics moving forward, because there will be a delay. Is my first question.
Michael?
So, sorry, do you mean a delay in the rates of children being vaccinated?
Yep, so it's going to look as if we're quite low in terms of vaccinations, but there's a circumstantial reason for that kids are having to wait 12 weeks to be COVID-free before they can get their second vaccination. So it's system imposed rather than reluctance to vaccinate.
I think Ruth Scottish might have some up-to-date information there.
I can come in on that. What I would say is we shouldn't be particularly different to the rest of the country. So it'll be so we won't look any higher or lower than the rest of the country because it'll be subject to the same conditions. I think what the Education Recovery Group are looking at is this in its totality and what the new guidance will look like. And of course, as we go on to the SQA exams and what the vaccination status will be like that. I know that there is constant national discussions about that, but Inverclyde wouldn't be any different to the rest of the country, Elizabeth. It just has to be factored in.
Okay. I suppose it's just putting the marker down for, I'm hoping that on a national level then that it is being factored in, I guess. So then I've got two questions for Linda. Hello, Linda. The first one is about the college nursery situation. My understanding in terms of that situation was that it was still subject to consultation, almost in the same way that our budget decisions are still not sort of done and dusted yet. This is something they're looking at as a potential saving they might have to make. And also my understanding was that they were still up for the notion of the college nursery being used as a nursery, just not necessarily for students. So almost more on a commercial basis in partnership with, for example, us as the authority. My understanding was that that's not been closed off in terms of their thinking, so it just seemed a bit different from what we're hearing just now. The other question for yourself is about the early years budget. I guess if it's a known reduction, it's a known reduction. It's something that we knew was going to happen. So in a way, there's a parallel feeling that I have with the Attainment Challenge. But if we thought there was going to be phasing and that hasn't happened, then I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to push back to Scottish Government in terms of it not being as we thought it was going to be. And I'm just wondering if that's something that we should be considering remitting officers to do. So they're my two questions for Linda.
Linda?
Through you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Robertson. I'll go to West College, Scotland. First of all, absolutely appreciate that there's still consultation, especially around staff redundancy ongoing at the college. We are continuing to work closely with the college, and we're particularly keen to work with the families out with the college's timeline, because our nursery admissions policy, process starts in March, and we're really keen for the children that will be displaced in this process to give them an offer at this stage so that they get the best choice of what's available across the authority. So we'll continue to work with the families, and that's been agreed with the college. That can be paused at any time if, for example, the decision had to be changed. So we're doing it primarily for the families at this stage. I'm really interested, Councillor Robertson, in your comments about the nursery facility as such, because that's not something that's been shared in any meetings I've had with the college, that there could have been an offer around that building, because we are struggling to identify alternative provision in that area of Greenock. So it's certainly something I'm due to meet again with the college, I think the week after next, and it's certainly something that I will explore with them at that meeting. The second question around the LC budget, Ruth or Michael may want to add to this. Our understanding certainly was that we were looking at a phased approach to the reduction in funding, which we absolutely expected to happen. And certainly when we were notified 2 weeks ago, it was a surprise that the entire cut had been taken for the new financial year. I'm not sure if Ruth or Ian or anyone else wants to add to that.
Ruth, would you like to come in?
Just to say that, you know, that when we first started with the 1140, the different bids that were put in by local authorities, and we've had a historic underspend from the 1140s. So actually, we did expect the fact this was coming. As Linda says, we'd expected it to be phased. We have spoken to the Scottish Government. We're in constant dialogue with them. And we will be bringing a full report back to the next committee to look at what that looks like. What I would say is if you're asking us to push back on this and to formally request a phasing, yes, we could do that. But I suppose the message is that we can manage the process, I suppose, in a positive. I'm hopefully not selling my soul here, but we can manage the process. But if there's a political will to push back, we can always do that.
Okay, thanks, Ruth. Elizabeth?
Okay, just to kind of come back on that one, that's quite useful to know, because if it's a reduction that we can cope with, then that's fine. But if it was a reduction we weren't expecting that we couldn't cope with, then I think I probably would be pushing that point further. But that's useful to know. And my final question, Jim, thank you so much for indulging me with all these questions, is on 7.2 about the universal free school meal provision for P6 and P7. And I'm just wondering, again, my ignorant assumption is that there's a kind of capital discussion happening about preparedness across the country for dealing with this. And my kind of feeling is that we've got nothing massive capital to do. And so again, I'm wondering if we can ask to be freed up to allow this to happen and actually get the revenue funding from Scottish Government, because we've not got any big capital holding back.
Ruth?
Okay, I mean, do you want to answer? Sorry.
I'll perhaps
you could do a double act.
Yeah, then I'll hand over to Tony and Eddie, who are experts on this through the spreadsheet of exactly what needs to happen in every school. We were one of the lower ends of the bids for certainly capital funding. Remember, there's the ongoing revenue as well. So there was some work needed to be done. When you look at it, I think it was around the £200,000 mark, and it wasn't consistent. It was different things in different schools. And remember, when we reported to committee, we said, you know, this was to maintain the current provision. We could do it with sandwiches, but you needed 2 ovens if you're going to have 2 hot meals. So I suppose what COSLA and the Scottish Government are hoping to do is work together, I think, and I think Eddie through his networks and Tony through his networks are all trying to take this forward together to sort of problem solve through it. I don't know how they'd feel about us going it alone and saying, well, count us as an exception because there's not so much capital, because I think across the board, I think they need to take a deeper dive into exactly what's needed. And I think that's what the Scottish Government has asked for, is time to look at this. But happy to hand over to Eddie first, maybe on the capital side, and then to Tony for anything else.
Yeah, thanks, Ruth. For you, convener, Ruth's correct. I mean, there's not an awful lot required in terms of capital works. It's a limited number of schools, and it's mainly additional ovens. Obviously, we still need to have that capital allocation made available to us. And there's a number of other councils in a similar position in terms of relatively low capital asks, I suppose. My only concern about taking anything forward is how many other people are trying to do that in the same time frame, and that will be the case if this is moved forward quicker than we anticipate, because we will still need a lead-in time, and we'll need to engage with the market tender, and if there's multiple councils doing that, there's a limited number of providers out there to service the need. So that's as much as I can provide at the moment, I'm afraid.
Yeah, just I suppose just what Ruth was talking about earlier. Eddie and I are, we're trying to work on this together, and it is very difficult to actually provide estimates. You're right, we don't have the massive capital, we don't need to build extensions and things like that, but we do have to buy additional equipment, storage, ovens, countertops, serveries, and also all the things associated with the plates and the forks, right down to that. So there is quite a significant amount of work to get you to that universal primary provision. And as Eddie said, when we were working on it, we need to think about the lead-in times for all this equipment as well, because we want to make sure that it's still a good experience for young people, and we're not just cramming people in for sandwiches, so that we can, because we're trying to encourage uptake at the same time. So there are a number of factors in it, and there's a significant variability between authorities with what they're actually asking, and I'm not surprised that the Scottish Government are wanting to take a deeper dive into it. That's all I have to say.
I went on mute there myself. Is that okay, Elizabeth?
That's great. I think it's really helpful answers to all my questions. So and I think probably a couple of things have come out of it. So thank you. Thanks very much.
I'll go along to Councillor McCabe. I think we've lost Councillor McElhenney. I noticed we lost Councillor Wilson for a while, but he is back with us again. So I'll ask Diane to see if she can contact Councillor McElhenney. But in the meantime, we'll get Councillor McCabe to ask his question. Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. A question and a comment. So in terms of the question, it's for Linda around, again, the West College Scotland decision. I mean, there was some criticism, I have to say, that I read on social media following the announcement of the potential closure of the nursery, which seemed to suggest that the council was at fault. So it would be useful to understand what we believe is the sort of rationale for the college making this commercial decision to close the nursery, because there was some suggestion that the expansion of the wider provision was in some way responsible for this. And the second comment are the comments around the free school meal expansion. I mean, the Scottish Government have made it quite clear that they won't provide any revenue funding to any council at this point in time to roll out free school meals to primary 6 and 7. They have set aside a limited amount of money in terms of capital, £30 million, which is way short of what's required, and we may get a short share of that £30 million, but they're absolutely clear at this point in time they're not going to give any revenue funding to any council to go to primary 6 and 7, because they feel that would be inequitable, because they want it to be rolled out at the same time in all councils. So if we were going to go to primary 6 and 7 in August, we would need to fund that, as we did fund obviously moving to primary 4 and the early implementation of primary 5. And officers have been asked through the budget process to look at the potential costs and the practical implications of that. So obviously that's something that we will be looking at as part of the budget process. But the Scottish Government have been quite clear that they haven't put any revenue in their budget for it, and they are not prepared to give any council revenue funding.
Okay, thanks for that, Stephen. Again, comments from any of the officers? Linda?
Thanks, Convener. Councillor McCabe, in terms of the college comments on social media, like you, I was disappointed when I read that, because any engagement we've had with the college has made it very clear that it's been a financial decision, the proposal to close the nursery. The 1140 developments for the college meant an increase in placements. The downturn in uptake at the nursery, and there clearly has been a downturn in that has been to do with student placements. the numbers of students taking placements for their children in the college has dramatically reduced, and they're making use of wider services across the council, and that's been going on for a couple of years. But until that article was in the media, the impact of 1140 had not been mentioned at all.
Okay, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks for that, Linda.
Okay. I'm looking for any more questions. Councillor MacLeod, did you want to comment? No?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Thanks, convener. Yeah, it's regarding the breakfast clubs. As we know, when it was started some years ago, it got off to a slow start. There wasn't a huge uptake. There wasn't a lot of money spent on it. But as time went on, you know, more children and families took the opportunity of it. I think we all realise there will be some children out there who, if they didn't get some breakfast at the breakfast clubs, they might not have breakfast at all. It's not a good situation for a child not to have something in their stomach to eat. It's not conducive with good learning. So breakfast clubs, I think, are vital for many youngsters. Obviously, in the report it says there's an issue about some club assistants and staff absences. I just wondered if there's been any attempt or discussions with school parent councils and indeed any parents perhaps who are not working and might be available to assist if there was any problems with you know, helping to you know, help give food out to the children. I wonder if any thought had been given to that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah, through you, convener. We haven't restricted any opening because of staff, so they are being covered. But I can guarantee if we were stuck for certain days, I think the school probably wouldn't hesitate in approaching parents to ask to help out. But at the moment, because we have different days for different schools, we've been able to run the provision based on the grab and go. It's just that we are now trying to get back to the provision of actually kind of cereal and toast and things like that as well. So, but we're just keeping an eye on it. We do have recruitment issues occasionally, and we just, you know, the team is just trying its best to get people in, but it's a difficult thing at the moment because of COVID, and a lot of people are still working at home, so the necessity for getting their kids into breakfast club before school has been reduced as well. So we're not really getting an accurate picture of the demand at this point, but I'm certain as time goes on that they will become more popular again.
Thanks, Tony. Is that okay, Jim?
Yeah, that's fine. And just thanks. Obviously, it's good to see that the clubs are returning again. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I can't see any more questions in the chat. I can't see any hands raised. Can we agree the paper?
Agreed.
Thank you, everyone. Can we go to agenda item number 13? Hopefully that's correct now. And that's the Scottish Attainment Challenge. And it'll be Michael who will take us through this. Michael?
Thank you, convener. Through you, convener, this is a report to outline and update the committee on the announcement around the future of the Scottish Attainment Challenge, and to begin to share our initial response to that in terms of the work that we're having to do as a result of that announcement, and the work that we're going to be putting in place over a longer strategic period of time. I'll just focus in on the summary. I have invited Mark Coyle, who's the current project lead, to join us, and I'll maybe bring Mark in just a moment to maybe focusing on the current work and a summary of what we're kind of currently doing to begin to create a plan, a longer strategic plan, as well as a first year plan that you'll note in the recommendations at 3.2 we intend to bring back to you. So obviously in November there was an announcement from the Cabinet Secretary about the future of the Attainment Challenge funding. I think we all knew at the inception of this project that the money was not there in its initial the way that the projects were initially funded was not going to be there forever. And so throughout all of this and coming into post, there was a clear message around about a focus on sustainability and a focus on the exit strategy. Now, what we do now know, as I'm sure possibly many of you are aware, is that the current funding that's been focused in across 9 challenge authorities, as well as the targeted challenge schools programme in non-SAC authorities, that total budget is now going to be split across the 32 local authorities. So that does mean that Inverclydes' total budget is going to decrease over time. And the phrase that's been used is the tapering of that over a 4-year period. So with that in mind, we have been busy sort of taking that news on board, trying to understand then what that means, and I think trying to go to the 4th year so that when we get to the final amount of money that we will have, what would the project, what would the offer from the centre look like, and work our way across the 4 years towards that. That's obviously quite complex, but what we do have as part of the project over time, so I'm getting some feedback. I don't know if it's me. I think somebody might not be on mute, or is it just my connection?
Well, I think you're probably right. Can we make sure everybody's on mute, please?
Sorry, do apologise. That's it now, thank you. So what we are in the process of doing at the moment is looking at quite a wide range of data and evidence, and as well as consultation. And I'm going to ask Mark to come in on that and speak a bit more about what we're doing in that regard. But certainly there is no doubt that over time that that project is going to be pulled back. However, at the same time, what schools have been told, or what authorities and schools have been told, is that the PEF funding that schools have will actually now be given to them, or the total amounts be told to them over the 4-year period, so that they will have knowledge of that budget over a 4-year period, which does give them much more opportunity then to plan and consider their PEF strategies in relation to what the central offer is from the SAC Refresh team. We've outlined in the report at 4.14 the total funding that exists now and what that looks like across the 4 years. So you get a sense of that. There will be, as we're wrapping up this current SAC year, the last year of what is SAC 1, there will be an underspend, and that's largely due to posts that we've not been able to recruit to, and the Scottish Government have agreed to allow us to carry that forward into the first year of the SAC refresh. So that in essence will, if you like, increase that total figure there in 22-23. And certainly it'll decrease and buffer the effect of what we're looking at, because we've got this constant challenge between the financial year budget being given to us and the academic year delivery, so that we would be able to sustain much of the project as it is now until June, and then begin from August 22 to implement a different version of the SAC project. Certainly what we're not intending on doing, and I'm going to stop and allow Mark in, is to completely change our approach, but we're in this process just now of trying to identify what has worked the best, what has been most impactful, and how can that be sustained in various ways. So I'm going to hand over to Mark.
Thanks, Michael. Yes, in terms of what you're speaking about, it is a change, and currently we have been engaging with Scottish Government officials and Education Scotland representatives. We are currently waiting on guidance coming out. We're assured that will be with us before the end of March. I think there's a launch date towards the end of March as well for the Scottish Government to launch the new Refresh programme. We have provided a number of information events for all stakeholders. Partners have completed their exit strategies in advance in terms of where we can see that the process is moving towards a refresh programme. we have engaged with partners in a SWOT analysis in terms of what's working for Inverclydes. We've consulted with stakeholders in terms of the future plans and are currently doing that just now through a forums questionnaire with head teachers and head of establishments, as well as partners, as well as the SAC team. We are looking to create a working party, a short-term working party, which will take us forward into year 1 as we continue to plan for years 2 to 4. We have set up a governance group as well as our own reference group to make sure that the decisions that we are making are transparent, and we'll look very carefully at the staffing implications and look to create that sustainable model as we move forward towards SAC refresh.
Thanks, Mark. So just to finish then, the recommendations of the report are asking at 3.1 to note the contents within this report, and at 3.2 asking committee to agree to a further update report in March, which will include a draft strategic plan linked to the guidance that Mark is referencing there, as well as a more detailed plan for the year 22-23. I think you're on mute again, Jim.
Sorry about that. I'm saying I notice we've lost Councillor Robertson. What I'll do is carry on with questions just now and hope that Elizabeth comes back in. So the first question is from Anna. Anna?
Thanks, Jim. Just a very quick one. I think it is good that PEF will be forecasted over the kind of 4-year term, but just now I think that's still based on free school meals allocation in the previous year. Is that still the intended funding method? Because that could change over that 4-year period quite dramatically.
Michael?
I can come in on that one.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to find mute. Sorry, Ruth.
Yeah, so PEF, it's got to be on historical data. That's the only way they've got to do it, and it's on the census data. So I think that's fairly similar. A similar way of allocating funding across the whole country when they give out funding based on a typical allocation.
Is that okay, Anna?
Yeah, that's perfect, thanks.
And my apologies, I should have brought the provost in first of all. Martin, you were waiting to come in, so my apologies for that, Martin.
Oh, you're absolutely fine, Jim. I'm in twice, as you can see. The first time to comment and the second time to comment. It was just to reassure everyone that I knew how to spell the word. But in any case, I'm old enough to remember quite a number of initiatives which were designed to address disadvantage. Generally speaking, they were fairly blunt instruments, but that's not true of the Scottish Attainment Challenge. They drilled down, and the challenge was effective, particularly here in Inverclyde. And I do think it's a pity it's going to be tapered, or as we now say, phased out, because it was working, and it was working very effectively here. I hope that teachers and head teachers and everyone connected with education in Inverclyde are able to use the Pupil Equity Fund to mitigate any shortfall in the Attainment Challenge money. That's it, Jim.
Thank you, Martin. It was more a comment, Martin, or were you wanting to put a question?
Yes, I would like reassurance that, Jim, sorry, that the practices which have become embedded over the past few years will continue, and the PEF will be used to make up for any shortfall caused by the Attainment Challenge Fund.
I know that will be down to individual schools, but Michael, do you want to comment?
Yeah, so I think what we are trying to do is over each year is as best we can give an outline to schools as to what the central offer will be, so that they can then respond to that accordingly by reviewing their PEF. I mean, obviously the 4-year funding notification around PEF is welcome, but it's not inflationary linked as we understand it. I mean, there may be an adjustment, as Anna's question sort of alluded to, but in terms the costs of staff, for example, will, as we know, continue to rise, and that will have an effect, I guess, on what schools can do, but that's already the case now. And certainly what the challenge is going to be, if it can't be offered from the centre, then can schools replicate that on their own, or do they maybe need to consider coming together in clusters or families of schools to pool resource to bring something to their communities that maybe they haven't done before, or that the Attainment Challenge would historically have offered. The other thing I would just say is that whilst this money is obviously tapering away, there is other money being hardwired into the system. So there is money coming in, which has been linked in a grant format over the last couple of years, and we've used it to fund recovery teachers. So it won't be enough to mitigate the loss over time of the Attainment Challenge, but it may well be that we can put some additionality of staffing into schools that may make up in some way for some of the staffing that will inevitably be lost over time. And for me, it's about what does that final core sort of team, if you like, look like at the centre that can have as much impact as possible to support schools with the equity agenda, and really support and challenge schools around the design and implementation of their PEF strategies.
Yeah, Jim, if I could just say one more thing, if you'll allow. We possibly didn't get the full benefit of the Attainment Challenge because of the pandemic, and I think that should be borne in mind.
Yeah, I think that's a fair enough comment, Martin. Natasha?
Yes, thanks, convener. Mine is more comment rather than a question. It's just about how much good the Scottish Attainment Challenge has done within our local area. We've seen that gap really close over the past number of years of this being in place. However, the pandemic has, as other people pointed out, has caused us to roll back, and by the Scottish Government actually tapering that payment, it actually leads to the poorest children in the country. We were sitting here last year hearing how we've got the worst SIMD area in Scotland, and now we're finding out that we're getting a reduction in funding. It's just not good enough for the Scottish Government to say that they're wanting to support us with helping those poorest in our community to get the best outcomes in life. The loss of this funding will lead to our poorest and most vulnerable children having less desirable outcomes for their lives. In the same way, I must commend our education people for trying to build in sustainability into this, but we will still need funding behind this. We can't just magic this money and plug budget gaps continually with the resources that we've got. So actually, I think it's a bit of an affront that we're getting this wound down. I know that we were forewarned of this, but to see such a dramatic cut from 3.4 million all the way down to just shy of 600k, that is shocking. And it's actually a bit deplorable when you think about how many lives that's going to affect in this area. I won't go on for much longer, but I do think it does need to be noted that this impact will be detrimental to those who need it most in our community.
Thanks a lot, Natasha. I think we could send the Scottish Government that nice wee graph that we always use with the difference between equality and equity. Obviously, what they're actually doing is taking the money and now chopping it up to give equality with the 32 local authorities, but unfortunately that's not what it was there for in the first place. It was there for equity, and that's why Inverclyde got more to begin with. But I'll bring, I think it's Chris in next, Councillor McElhenney.
Thank you, convener. I agree and endorse with most of the comments made. That's why I had brought this matter to the last full council and asked the members of the full council to make the strongest of representations to the Scottish Government not to cut this funding, but of course the full council voted down that, with the exception of Provost Brennan. Ever the consensus seeker, he voted for both proposals. But you know, it's a really simple question. It's a year-on-year cut of £3 million over 4 years, hot off the heels of a pandemic that report after report tells us has had a disproportionate effect on the most deprived communities and the most deprived children. But you know, I keep hearing almost you know, mitigation language as if, don't worry, you can lose £3 million and it won't have an impact. So just to be clear, does losing £3 million over the next 4 years, hot off the heels of a pandemic, will that have a negative impact on the most deprived children in Inverclydes attainment.
Michael, that's one for you.
Through you, convener. I mean, I think there's a number of factors affecting children's outcomes at the moment. We've talked about that earlier on in terms of, you know, attendance being affected and continue to be affected. There's certainly no doubt that any loss of finance, which effectively equates to a loss of a service, is going to have an impact. However, what I would say is that what we can see in schools is, and you heard it through the follow through at All Saints, a real commitment to ensuring that what has been in place that has had an impact on attainment is sustainable. So, for example, the quality of learning and teaching has improved. So despite the cut, that quality of learning and teaching can be sustained, and there are ways for us to do that as a central team over time. And so it's difficult to see here and now that it will have an effect, and certainly, you know, we're beginning to see that recovery coming through in our data. So it's a difficult one to call at this stage because there are so many other factors at play.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Chris, can I let other people in just now and come back to you if you want to come back in again?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
One quick succinct point would be that, you know, if we as a council can't robustly say that having a cut of £3 million from effectively our education budget will absolutely have an adverse effect on children, then why the heck are we making arguments that we should have more resource funding come to the council? Surely this £3 million will have a negative impact on attainment. I mean, I don't know why we're not able to say, you know, of course that's the case. Because if we're not able to say that robustly, why are we campaigning for a greater increase in our revenue budget?
I'm looking for any officer that wants to comment on that, or is it mainly a political comment? Chris, are you looking for an officer to answer, or is it just a comment from yourself?
No, I'm just genuinely intrigued. I assumed there that, you know, it was a bit of a leading question that, you know, will cutting £3 million of funding that's getting spent on closing the attainment gap for the most deprived children in Inverclyde will no longer having that funding in place have a negative impact on attainment. I thought that would just be a clear yes. Of course it'll have a negative impact on attainment. But officers don't seem to be clear on that. It's, well, it might not. And I'm just surprised that if you're not certain on £3 million worth of funding's impact on service delivery and reducing attainment. You know, what confidence have we got in saying, well, give us another £5 or £3 or £2 million because we want to do this with it? I just assumed that it would be a no-brainer that cutting £3 million hot off the heels of a pandemic, of course, will lead to, you know, reductions in all the good work that we've achieved over the last 5, 6, 7 years.
I'm going to allow Michael or Ruth to answer that. I mean, quite clearly, what we did know this was short-term funding, and I actually agree with an awful lot you're saying, Chris, so I don't want you to take it the wrong way. But what I would say is we did know that this was going to come. Now, my argument is they're still keeping the Scottish attainment money, but they're spreading it out over every council now. So it's not getting used for equity, it's getting used for equality across all councils. So that there is that argument there, but that's my type of view on it. I'll allow Ruth to come in and Michael, and then I'm going to allow other members to come in, and I will come back to you, Chris. Ruth?
So we always knew that the Attainment Challenge funding was shorter term funding, and a lot of our inputs were tests for change. So for instance, looking at the quality of learning and teaching in the classroom and looking at the coaching and modelling officers, we were always asked about our exit strategy and sustainability. So we very much got on with the job. We've made sure our teachers were absolutely top class, and we trained them to be. And that when we were questioned about what the exit strategy was for that, we were saying, well, we have enough teachers out as coaching and modelling officers that will go back into schools, and that can be self-perpetuating. And I think we're seeing that. And so what impact will taking the money out have on day-to-day running? I think where we have looked at the families and communities part of it, where we've had Bernardo's supporting our families, that is probably the part we will miss the most. We have more teachers coming in. We can start developing a team at the centre. So there are other forms of money coming in that will be replicated, and we need to develop that strong sense of coaching and modelling to keep the momentum going. The day-to-day support for young people through provision like Bernardo's is probably the one we would look to see whether or not schools would keep that going through pupil equity funding. So actually, when schools are asked the kind of support they would like, it may be that they choose to look at pupil equity funding to displace similar types of work, with the knowledge that a lot of schools brought in extra teachers, and actually they're getting extra teachers, so they will have some extra money. So I think we have to be very clear that attainment based on learning and teaching and the quality of the teacher in the classroom, I think we can maintain. That we will need to look very carefully about the support packages for families and work with schools about what that totality of support looks like. But we were one of the best performing in the Audit Scotland report for closing the attainment gap. We're a confident team. We know what we're doing. We're confident in our head teachers and in our teachers, and I think we have enough resilience in the system to be able to take things forward. Yes, if we had more money, that would be wonderful. But what we're not here is doom and gloom and saying that we can't take it forward because the money isn't there.
Thanks for that, Ruth. I'm going to take in other members just now to let them comment. The first one is going to be Elizabeth Robertson. Elizabeth.
Thanks, Jim. I think the situation is, I think we really need to kind of take stock here and really congratulate ourselves on what we've done, because I think the reason that we're able to say that £3 million leaving education is not going to have a detrimental effect is because we did exactly what we were supposed to do with this money. And I would make a distinction between direct money to people that helps people with their day-to-day issues and lives and progress and improvement, and I would make a differentiation between that and system money. And I think what the Attainment Challenge money has been system money that has catalysed and facilitated a much needed change in the system, which has now happened and we can move forward with. And Councillor McElhenney is 100% correct. We need lots and lots and lots of funding like this. But in other parts of our system, we are sitting tomorrow with Angela Constance to talk about the far too high drug prevalence rates that we have, the far too high drug death rates that we have, and I would love for her solution for Inverclyde to be taking a model such as we took in education with the Attainment Challenge and having that kind of resource available to make a system change. Ruth said it earlier on, we hit the pandemic, our poverty-related attainment gap increased because of the pandemic. We're now in a different context, we're coming out of things, and she said, we've done this once, we're already seeing the gap closing again. And that's because we've built a system that is much more resilient, much more sustainable, and is working. And that is exactly what this money was intended to do by the Scottish Government. And I think we've done it better than anybody else. So that's my tuppence worth on where this is. I'm not going to rehearse all the things I've said about this previously, but there's a difference between fighting for money, direct to people, direct to services, direct to all that kind of thing, and system money a little bit differently.
Okay, thanks for that comment, Elizabeth. I'm going to let Stephen come in now. Stephen?
Yeah, far be it for me to disagree with my good friend, Councillor Robertson, but the reality is I fundamentally disagree with her. The Attainment Challenge Fund was created in the first place by stripping £200 million out of core council funding, and then it was given back in a number of strands, one of them being the Challenge Authority route. And we have benefited from being a challenge authority, and we've had a significant amount of money over that period that we've put to good use. But I have consistently warned over this period and consistently challenged officers that this was time-limited funding. It's actually lasted longer than we thought it was going to last in the first place, and the day of reckoning would come. And the day of reckoning now has come, and I know Councillor McElhenney thinks it's my fault in some way. I negotiated this cut to Inverclydes Challenge Authority funding. It simply isn't the case. I might take credit for the fact that I negotiated the 4-year taper. So as a result of the 4-year taper, we're going to get £4.3 million more money than we would otherwise have got over this period. But the reality of challenge funding is ultimately it does come to an end. And as I say, that funding in the first place was stripped out of core council funding. And today we're sitting with the fact that the Scottish Government is proposing a £371 million cut next year to core council funding in real terms. And our share of that cut is over £5 million. So if that cut wasn't taking place, we'd have over £5 million extra money in the council's resources to decide how we were going to spend that. And that's the problem with schemes like this. And that's where I disagree with Elizabeth in the approach to drugs. Create another challenge fund. Where would they get the money from? They'd strip it out of local government funding. So the reality is that's the downside of challenge authority funding. Absolutely, I think this is going to have an impact on our ability to close the poverty-related attainment gap. We're quite a number of years through the process. We've made good progress. The pandemic obviously has had a detrimental impact, but we're nowhere near, and neither is any authority in Scotland, to closing the poverty-related attainment gap. You don't close the poverty-related attainment gap in 5 years or even 10 years. It's a long-term strategy which requires long-term consistent funding and no challenge funding. And so a reduction of this magnitude, absolutely, all things being equal, is going to slow the progress that we would otherwise make to closing the poverty-related attainment gap. But so will the other cuts that we're going to have to make over the years ahead because of cuts to core council funding. Cuts to a whole range of services will impact on families, and in particular families that are in poverty. And the more pressures and challenges they put on those families, the less it will be that their children will be able to attain. So it's simply looking at this as a scheme in its own, forgets the overall picture, and the overall picture is continuing cuts to local services that are impacting on communities, and in particularly on those who are least able to cope with these cuts.
Okay, thanks for that, Stephen. I'm going to bring Chris Curley. I'm not going to ask any officer to comment on that. I'm going to bring Chris Curley in. Chris?
Thank you, Convener. Thanks, Jim. Just in a couple of points, I suppose just to get clarity from officers on the Scottish Attainment's funding going forward. Effectively, has this been baselined into what do you call it, the funding going forward, and how? Obviously, there's been a large reduction, because my understanding is, and please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, that rather than looking at it based on a number of authorities, other authorities in Scotland argued that they have levels of deprivation and poverty too, and therefore they wanted that equity in funding based on the levels of deprivation and poverty within each local authority. So that's where we've got to this situation. So I'm just wondering, going forward, how will the funding be managed post 2025, and how will it be reviewed with respect to the levels of deprivation and poverty, and also whether or not, and I think I'll just leave it like that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I think that's possibly beyond our officer's pay grade, but I'll let Ruth comment on that. Ruth?
So it won't. My understanding is it still will remain a fund. It's additional funding coming into the councils, and it'll be it's on the child household poverty statistic, not free school meals, interestingly enough. So we will be expected to have a challenge plan, and we will be expected to be responsible for the spend to the Scottish Government. So it still remains as a project, is my understanding. So it's not just given to councils as part of the general revenue funding with a not. It is ring fenced specifically for this plan. So that's how we would take it forward. How long it lasts, we don't know. I think we've got certainty. I'm looking at Mark of this, but I think we're looking at certainly a 4-year tapering. But I think they're looking at running more years together. Because previously, when the Scottish Attainment Challenge came out, remember we had single-year funding, and that was very, very difficult to plan with. So my understanding is it's just essentially more of the same type of work. But I'll perhaps come into Michael with Mark, because he's been in more detailed conversations than I have.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, it's a 4-year funding process for the next kind of length of term of the Parliament, and we have to utilise a greater opportunity for collaboration with partners, for example, CLD and family support workers in terms of Bernardo's or a similar offer. So that funding will be in place for those 4 years. Not sure what will happen after the 4 years is over.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Thanks, Ruth. I'm going to bring Tommy in, Tommy McVeigh.
Yes, thanks, convener. Can I associate myself with the comments of Councillor McElhaney, Councillor McCabe? I think a cut and a £3 million cut is certainly going to have an impact on education, and time will definitely tell on that one. But Ruth, can I just ask you number 6.3 human resources? Obviously, there's young teachers being employed and classroom assistants, etc., through PEF and the Attainment Challenge as well. So on this particular cut to the Attainment Challenge, do you see yourself losing teachers, temporary staff, whether it be teachers or classroom assistants, etc.?
So over 4 years, with the tapering, we've got a quite comprehensive plan of how we're going to work the teachers back in the system. So it's not the newly qualified teachers who have come into schools who we've tended to use in the Attainment Challenge or even for PEF. It's tended to be their backfill. So we've seconded people out and new teachers have come in for the backfill. Money has come in for an additional 14 teachers, and then we've got some more money coming in to look at the recovery teachers, and we're also probably looking at reduced class contact time as well, which will require more teachers. So there's a huge, big, complex HR exercise to come to match the teachers back into their original positions, and also to look at the totality of the funding that's coming in. What I would say is that the HR implications will probably be that we will be, whilst we sort everything out, we will not be able to give permanent contracts to teachers unless that's been hardwired into some of the government expectations, because there will be some fluidity in the system. And also, if we've got more teachers than we need currently on temporary contracts waiting for permanent contracts, we're not going to be able to advertise permanent contracts as part of the staffing exercise. And I know that's something that when we speak to probationers, they're particularly disappointed by, because they want to stay in Inverclyde, they want us to have a permanent job advert, and actually we've got a raft of teachers waiting in the wings already for those permanent contracts. So that will be the biggest impact. But we have a huge HR exercise and logistics exercise ahead of us, I have to say. So we end up with the right amount of teachers in the right amount of places.
Okay, thanks for that answer, Ruth. Tommy, does that answer your question?
Yeah. Well, it does and it doesn't. Because I'm not asking for exact figures, but do you see a net reduction in teaching staff and support staff once this money fizzles out?
Probably is the answer. We currently run with a core of around 700, and we can have anywhere between 760, 790 teachers in the system. So going from 790 back down to 700 is a big jump. But then you've got to look at the extra 14 teachers we've got in, then the recovery teachers we've got in, the reduced class contact teachers coming back in. So actually those 700, the baseline money will be given for that will come back up. I don't think the two will meet, and I think we will probably have less teachers than we currently have in the system.
Ruth, would that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, Tommy, is part of that going to be in the future update report? Will you give us more information on that in the future update report?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Tommy.
Okay, thanks so much, convener. No, that's fine, convener. Thanks for
that. Chris, I'm going to let you back in. I noticed that Stephen's put a comment in regarding baseline. Stephen, you want to mention that?
It's basically just what it says. It's not baseline.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I was just confirming what
yeah.
the officers had said, Jim.
Right. Okay, Stephen. Chris, you want to come back in?
Yeah. Thanks, convener. I mean, I know there's obviously, there's different interpretations of as a cut, etc. But in terms of the recommendations, looking to bring a draft strategic plan to the committee. So that's kind of the point I'm getting at. I don't feel I've got enough information as a member and for the committee for us to help form that plan. So a lot of the justifications for how we'll be okay is about quality of teaching and quality of learning, etc. And that's based on teacher resource in classrooms. But pre-pandemic, there was around some 179, I don't know if it was about 179 families or 179 children's. Sorry, it would have been children, yeah. 179 children got tailored support packages from Barnardo's. And Barnardo's were in 9 of our primary schools, carrying out something like 79 or 80 tailored packages. So there will be lots again of, you know, interconnected, you know, whether it's poverty, deprivation, there'll be lots of issues that are affecting those children's learning and their attainment. So when that gets taken away, you know, we may relatively move above another local authority in terms of deprivation, maybe just because they've got worse, but I don't think anyone would say over the last 2 years in the pandemic that there's been a market, things have got that much better in Inverclyde in terms of lifting people out of deprivation. So it's the family and communities aspect I would like to get more information on. You know, if there was, you know, almost half of our primary schools were getting support from Barnardo's, and that's going to be, you know, taken away, right? But we've not solved the issue of poverty and deprivation. So the families needed support because of poverty and deprivation. Families are still going to be in poverty and deprivation, as are the families that come after them. And if there was almost 200 odd personal support packages in place, again, delivered by Barnardo's, you know, we've not lifted those kids out of poverty. So whether it's those kids or kids that come after them, you know, that cohort's going to, you know, slip back into or slip back down in terms of how they attain. So I think the strategy, of course, there will be financial implications, but that's what I want more information on. I mean, what benefit do we get out of that service that Barnardo's delivered? How much does it cost? And again, it is about priorities, you know. Is that something that we would want to allocate more funding towards if we think it really did make a difference? And I just don't think there's enough information. And maybe when we get the update report in March, perhaps we could go into a wee bit more information in the non-teaching side of things, the community and the family side of it, what impact that made on attainment, because it sounds like that's probably going to be where the swinging cuts fall. And then where does that leave us?
Okay, thanks, Chris. I'm going to let Ruth come in there. I'm sure she's going to mention something about hopefully using PES money with Barnardo's as well, or Michael and that, and not want to steal our thunder. Ruth?
Yes, I was absolutely going to mention that. So basically, there is the central pot of money, which is the Scottish Attainment Challenge money, where we have had the different streams of work, but that has been matched by the pupil equity funding, which is given directly to schools and directly to the control of the head teachers. The idea being head teachers know the communities best and can allocate the funding. So, some of our schools get over £200,000 worth of pupil equity funding. So what they may well choose to do on the back of our choices with the Scottish Attainment Challenge is redirect pupil equity funding. So for instance, schools have opted not to, for instance, maybe put in family support packages because the centre is paid for that, or the Scottish Attainment Challenge is paid for that. Then the dovetailing between the two we will have to look at. So to answer your question, Councillor McElhenney, we can tell you what we would be doing from the central pot, but also we will have 28 different solutions for what pupils, for what head teachers get through the pupil equity funding, and each of those will look different on a year-by-year basis, looking at what the needs of the communities and families are.
Okay, thanks for that, Ruth. Can we? I can't see any other questions in the chat. Can we?
Convener.
Oh, Jim, you want to come in?
Yeah, please. Just a couple of questions. Well, comment first. We've known, it's been said that we've known about that funding would be tapered. I think it was 2015 when John Swinney came down. In fact, I think he visited New York Primary School at the time, and Sebos were there to meet him at the time. We talk about exit strategy. I don't know when we started to view, to look at the exit strategy. If we could perhaps maybe find that out. I wonder if maybe Councillor McCabe could tell us a little bit about how the approach from COSLA funding and the 9 local authorities of which we are one, how it was being affected, if there was comments made there about the effect on authorities like ourselves. And the last question I've got is, it says in summary, plans are that with the support of £1 billion over this parliamentary term, so that will be up until 2026, a refreshed Scottish Attainment Talent Challenge programme will be seen over that time. So I wonder what is anticipated to be Inverclyde's share of that £1 billion? Thank you.
Ruth, you want to take that?
So the first question you asked was when we started preparing our exit strategy. Our exit strategy is being prepared from day one because this was initially a year's funding, and the Scottish Government and also Audit Scotland, when we were inspected, always asked us about our exit strategy and what we would do when the funding stopped. So the preparation has always been there. We haven't gone into this with our eyes closed, but we now have a definitive timeline for that. And so Mark and his team are working through this in a proportional way. And I can't answer the question for Councillor McCabe with the COSLA briefing.
Can I ask about the £1 billion? Do we know what our share could be of that?
For the new teachers?
No, it says 4.4. In summary, plans are that the support of £1 billion over this parliamentary term is there for a refreshed Scottish Attainment Challenge programme. So, and that's from obviously 22-23. So I just wonder, do we have any idea how much of that £1 billion that Inverclyde will get?
So apologies, Councillor McLeod, if I'm picking you up correctly. So what we are looking at is a reduction of just over 0.6 million per year to take us down to an eventual settlement down of 0.6 at the end of 4 years. So that's how the Scottish Attainment, the Scottish Attainment Challenge 2 will be done, the refreshed version of it.
Yeah, so that's how much we reduce. So how much do we get then? Sorry.
No, it's table 4.14 is what we're going to be getting over the next 3 years.
Apologies. Yep. Okay.
Right. Sorry about that. Okay. Can we move to the recommendations? Can we agree the recommendations? Obviously, we're bringing a further update report back in March 2022. If Ruth can listen to the comments that all the members have done and try to squeeze the information that members are looking for in that update report, probably not be easy, but if you can possibly do that, Ruth, it'd be much appreciated. And with that, can we agree the recommendations at 3.1 and 3.2?
Great.
Okay, thanks for that. Can we move along to agenda item number 14, which is Gaelic secondary education in Inverclyde? And I'll let Ruth start on this one. Ruth?
Okay, so this is looking at the secondary provision of Gaelic medium education in Inverclyde. And before I speak to the report, perhaps I'll give you some information about the terms used. Bord na Gaelic is the executive public body with the responsibility for Gaelic, and Cumna Parent tends to be parent groups who are there to represent Gaelic pupils. It's not quite a parent council, but it's a parent or representative body. So this is the report that was requested by the previous Education and Communities Committee on looking at the planning for secondary provision for Gaelic. And if I perhaps give a background to that report, to date, every pupil who's requested to go has been offered eventually a place at the Glasgow Gaelic School. But last year, there was an issue with placing requests initially being refused, and therefore officers started work because parents and the committee had expressed a want for certainty of the provision of Gaelic being able to continue. Glasgow Gaelic School is unique. It's a standalone Gaelic school. It originally started, the secondary part of it was originally part of Hill Park Secondary, and I think it was in 2006 there was a critical mass of numbers that allowed the Glasgow Gaelic School to offer only Gaelic medium. Across the country, that is unusual. Usually Gaelic medium in secondary is offered alongside English medium. It's fair to say, and I'm going to talk through each of the recommendations in turn, but it's fair to say that there is probably a gap in what the expectations of the parents are and what officers are able to offer through this report. I think most members of this committee will have had representations from Common and Parent in Inverclyde, and I think sort of critical of the work of officers, critical of the timescales, critical of the offers made, and also accusing myself of not listening to their points of view. I hope you're reassured that actually we have made every effort to look at this issue through a variety of lenses, including what is possible, and also taking the political steer that you wanted to look at the short, the medium, and the longer term across this. What I would say is that we have been working very closely with other authorities. There's officers on the call who have been working tirelessly in the background, looking at what a high quality provision would look like. And the feedback we as a team have had from Bordna Gaelic is that we have been very proactive. We are looking at a very strong provision. They've admired our commitment to finding a solution to continuing with Gaelic, and also Education Scotland have been complimentary about our willingness to try and find solutions, and also our willingness to explore high quality Gaelic provision. So if we look at what we've been asked to approve point by point. So approve the provision of Gaelic medium secondary education at Inverclyde Academy from August 22-23. Now that's in the basically in the context of we were asked to not have a lottery of provision. So for instance, the parents did not want to go into, and nor did we want to go into provision where the Glasgow Gaelic School could have spaces or may not have spaces. What we wanted to be able to do was ensure that the young people who've been through Gaelic medium and primary could continue that in secondary. As Glasgow Gaelic School is getting full, then we can no longer assure that those places will be available. So we have to look at an alternative. I know some of the parents think that there should have been an agreement with Glasgow where we could almost make them take the youngsters from Windhill Primary School, but there's no such agreement. Everything is subject to places being available, and that's the same in our own schools. You know, if places are available, we offer them. If they're not, then we have a priority list. So we cannot guarantee places at Glasgow Gaelic School. So what we did look to do is to say, what can we guarantee, and what could we look at to make sure that children could go on to a secondary provision. So we started looking at a secondary provision linked to a school in Inverclyde. Now, Inverclyde Academy has been chosen mainly because it's linked to Windhill Primary School. Windhill is the feeder for Inverclyde Academy. There's an obvious link there, but also because the school has room to expand. If we're looking at providing a full Gaelic curriculum, then we would be looking to provide not only Gaelic medium, Gaelic teaching, but Gaelic learners teaching as well, and we'd need extra classrooms for that. When we did our sums, so looking at the possible build-up of this, we would be looking to employ a second teacher fairly early on in the journey of the school, and we would need extra classrooms for that. Inverclyde Academy has the space to be able to build up provision. If we were asked to look at Dunoon, and we worked with officers from Argyll and Bute, and they were very clear that Dunoon has space. They have a Gaelic medium unit. I know somebody had said there were 70 people in the Gaelic medium unit. That's not my understanding. It's much smaller than that. But they have Gaelic currently a Gaelic secondary provision, very similar to the one we are proposing. So we would be looking at the employment of initially one teacher, and also looking at some management time and building up that Gaelic provision. One of the reasons we perhaps have come away from Dunoon is that why would we? It takes us away from the Gaelic plan of wanting to establish a secondary provision in Inverclyde. Borden and Gaelic say it's best if you can establish a 3 to 18 provision in the community itself. So it's best practice for us to offer it. And also the transport issues, which would be significant if we end up with people, if we're paying for transport to go to Dunoon, we would not have a plan for getting those young people back. So I think looking at all of those issues, then we would say that establishing the secondary education in Inverclyde Academy is our preferred option. There has been comments raised about potential bullying if Gaelic children go to a secondary school. I think some of those comments have been particularly aimed at Inverclyde Academy, and others have been aimed at just a general provision if we have Gaelic medium alongside English medium. What I would say is across the country we have Gaelic medium alongside English medium, and I know that works very well. I think the particular issues and preconceived issues about the quality of Inverclyde Academy has probably played a factor in parental decisions and choices. But what we have officers have said is that Inverclyde Academy provides a very good education, a very strong education, a very inclusive education. The head teacher is very fully committed to working alongside Windhill Primary School and establishing Gaelic across the whole community. So that's the reason why we are looking at Gaelic medium secondary education at Inverclyde Academy. If there is an option, and I'll be open to do nothing, we could just cross our fingers and hope that people get placing requests at the Glasgow Gaelic School, and if not, then we could just, there's no statutory requirement to provide Gaelic secondary education, so we could, if they don't get a place, then the pupils could go to their local English medium education, and there'd be no requirement for the Education Authority to take that forward. We as an authority don't want that to happen. We want young people who started their education in Gaelic to be able to continue that into secondary. So there's a strong commitment from the Education Authority for keeping Gaelic going. I know that some parents have wanted to have us build a standalone Gaelic secondary provision. And I know that the political steer was for us to consider that in the longer term, and certainly that will remain an option on the table. But we have to start somewhere. And when we discussed with Borden and Gaelic how we would work towards that, they shared with us Glasgow Gaelic School's journey, where they were alongside English medium for a long time until they get a critical mass, and then they can look to go on to the next step. So that's the first point we're asking the committee to approve. Going to the second point, so I'll read that out. We're asking for approval that officers undertake statutory consultation for the creation of an Inverclyde-wide catchment area for primary and secondary Gaelic provision, as outlined in the timeline in Appendix 1. When we were in discussion with Borden and Gaelic, we realised that there was no catchment area for Windhill Primary School, and that is not what they would expect to see. What Borden Gaelic would expect to see is that we have got a catchment established and that people within that catchment area would have free transport to get to the school. At the moment, if you're out with the catchment area, then parents are placing requests and as such they pay for their own transport. So we need to establish a catchment area, and the intention would be to establish an Inverclyde wide catchment area where every child in Inverclyde who wishes to have Gaelic medium education would be provided with free transport. So we can't establish a catchment area without going to statutory consultation. So the second point is asking for permission to do that. Now, there will be a cost to the authority. We're looking about, I mean, Tony was doing the figures, and we're looking at about £1,000 per child per taxi. So there will be an additional cost to the authority to do that. However, we want to work alongside certainly Borden Gaelic and take forward what they would expect to see in authorities. So there will be an additional cost, especially in the primary, to do that, because we will be hit for transporting young people who previously haven't have made their own way to the school. So that we would also at that point establish a secondary catchment area. It makes sense. There's hundreds of hours of officer time going out to do statutory consultation. So if we're establishing the primary, then the intention would be to also establish the catchment area for a secondary provision as well. And again, that would be the whole of Inverclyde, with the intention that the young people within Inverclyde would be transported to the school. So the third point is to approve that transport for any new pupils attending Glasgow Gaelic School will not be provided from August 22-23. Now, there are two reasons for looking at that. One is that if we are looking at establishing our own catchment area and looking at establishing transport, then there is going to be a cost to the authority. But the other one is that if we are providing Gaelic provision within Inverclyde, then we wouldn't want to be almost encouraging people to go out with the authority. So once we establish a provision within Inverclyde, why would we incentivise people to put placing requests in to other areas? What Borden Gaelic was saying was that can mean a patchy provision. So where young people are going from, perhaps if 1 year they don't get places in Glasgow Gaelic School, we would have an S1 in Inverclyde. Then the next year they do get places, we would have an S2 without an S1, and that wouldn't be conducive to a good Gaelic experience. So what we're saying is, once we provide a provision that basically that pupils, if they choose to, can put in a placing request to the Glasgow Gaelic School currently as they do, but that the recommendation is that the authority wouldn't provide transport because we are offering an alternative provision. There is, of course, we're in a context where there is free bus travel, and there is buses that can get from Inverclyde to Glasgow Gaelic School in time for the school day, and it stops within about a mile away from the Gaelic School. The final point is to approve the creation of a Gaelic advisory group to consider options for medium and longer term Gaelic provision in Inverclyde. And what we're saying is we have to start somewhere. We can't build a standalone school without starting building a lot of the preparations for that and looking at the critical mass of numbers. But we would start looking at we would establish an advisory board to look at what the next steps are as we go towards establishing Gaelic provision in Inverclyde. I know there's a lot of information for folk to take in, and sorry for being on transmit for so long, but I think it's fair to put forward all the possibilities, what we can and what we can't deliver on, and also to know that, to understand quite rightly that parents are concerned about this. They want assurances that their children who have started in Gaelic medium education can continue, and we want to be able to provide that in a high quality way. We really do think that we've managed to do that. We're working with partners, and in the offer we have in front of you.
Thanks for that, Ruth. Ruth, as you might imagine, we've got a number of questions. The first question we'll take is from Councillor McCabe. Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I suppose first a comment before a question. I certainly commend officers for the amount of work they've put into preparing this report. I mean, I think personally it does outline a direction of travel in terms of Gaelic medium secondary provision in Inverclyde. I think we've always been clear that we'd have to start small, and there absolutely is a commitment for an options appraisal on a potential standalone provision at some point in the future, and that's obviously where the advisory group comes in, and it's right to be working with the experts in the field in terms of Ordinary Gaelic. So I think the report here is a good piece of work. Clearly, I'm disappointed to see the level of hostility, I have to say, and mistrust on the part of the parent body towards our officers. I've met with a number of the parents, and I genuinely believe that hostility is unwarranted, and the mistrust is certainly unwarranted, and it's disappointing that there is that sort of strained relationship, because I genuinely believe that our officers are committed to trying to develop the Gaelic language in Inverclyde. But I think certainly the elected members on the committee will be aware that we did receive further correspondence today from the parent group, and it was made quite clear to us that none of them were intending to send their children to Inverclyde Academy in August, and that their preference would be either placing requests to Glasgow or Dunoon, and they certainly clearly expect that their children would get free transport, or the council would pay their transport costs towards that. So I suppose my question is to the director is if there were no parental demand for places in August, what would that mean for this strategy and the recommendations, and what's our view in terms of continuing to provide travel both to Glasgow and to Dunoon costs if parents decide that they don't wish to take up the Inverclyde Academy option?
So there's three points there. So and remember, we will be working with parents year upon year as well, and we're always working with fairly small numbers, and certainly for the next 2 years we're working with small numbers. And remember, even with the Glasgow Gaelic School, not everybody from Windhill does eventually go there. So what I would say is, if there's no provision for year one, then obviously we wouldn't need to employ a teacher, and we'd go back to the Scottish Government and say for this year we will not be employing a teacher, but that offer would have been made to those parents, and then we make exactly the same offer next year and the year after that, because what the original request from the parents was certainty for their young people going into and being able to continue with Gaelic medium education. They're not going to get that with the Glasgow Gaelic School offer. So what will happen if they don't want to attend Inverclyde Academy, they don't get into Glasgow Gaelic School, then they would go back to their English medium offer, and that is always a possibility. The next one is whether or not we pay for transport. And what I would say is we have to start somewhere. And again, working with authorities where they have kept the transport provision going, it's been very difficult to get traction for Gaelic within their own authority, because, as explained in my introduction, it dissipates the need. So basically, you will have the Gaelic community who are quite small, and hopefully we will build up. If children are opting to go to different places, then it means that people are losing friendships, but they can't keep their Gaelic going. We're not going to get a momentum. So my recommendation to the committee would be to start somewhere, and that would be that this is the year when we are starting to offer a Gaelic provision within Inverclyde. Therefore, I would say it was probably not reasonable to continue with the provision of transport, because the Inverclyde provision is always going to be in competition with Glasgow Gaelic School. So all we have done is taken the same issue and taken it 2 or 3 years down the line. Now the parents have said you must have known this was coming, but actually to date, every child has got into Glasgow Gaelic School. So it's a sense of a lottery every year until sometime, not knowing that lottery, then we're going to end up with people saying what's going to happen this year. So I would say this is the year probably to look at providing Gaelic provision within Inverclyde and withdrawing the transport. But however, the committee does have the option of doing nothing. So you could basically keep the status quo. There is no guarantee of secondary provision. So therefore you could just keep the status quo. That wasn't what the parents requested us to do. I sense that might be where now some of them would like to end up, but that wasn't the original request. The Dunoon offer, I would personally have real difficulties with providing transport to Dunoon, because then as an education authority we are basically responsible for the care and welfare of those young people if the ferry doesn't run back. And I genuinely do not know what that would look like. I have no plan for how to look after children on the other side of the water when the ferry is being cancelled. And why would we do that for an offer that is broadly similar for one we can offer in Inverclyde?
Okay, thank you. Sorry, that's me on mute again. The next question is from Chris Curley. I'll leave myself off mute.
Thank you, Fiona. Thanks, Jim. I've actually questions. Obviously, just first of all, just a quick question. There's obviously, they were identified within the report a £30,000 budget pressure for additional costs. So I'm just wondering how we're going to deal with that within the education budget. Just generally, I am also, I think it's time we need to mainstream it within Inverclyde. It definitely is the time for doing that. I think generally we're about a century behind where they were in Ireland, if not more, about bringing, promoting the Gaelic language as opposed to, as they did in the Irish language. So we just need to see about how we can do this. It's important we do it in Inverclyde. I think Inverclyde Academy seems to be the natural school, since it's a Winhill's associated secondary for it. So the Dolls would be the friendships built up of Winhill continue at Inverclyde. One thing I was surprised at, and I wonder if officers can give me a bit of confidence about this, is about the size of the Gaelic unit that's been proposed, because it's effectively one teacher. From my understanding, one teacher is like, if you'll use the equivalent of a modern language teacher, would be teach one subject. So I'm just wondering how one teacher can basically teach the kids coming through. I understand that maybe the first year will only have kids in first year, hopefully. But how would that actually work? How would that integrate within the school? How would you be able to make sure that most of their learning is in Gaelic with only one teacher? And how does that compare with Dunoon? It would seem to me that if you're trying to do this in a way that would be appropriate from a Gaelic immersion point of view, and please, as purely as what you call a lay person asking this question, you'd expect that you'd be able to teach effectively Gaelic and Gaelic, obviously the equivalent of English, and you'd have maths, possibly what they call in Gaelic, history in Gaelic, and maybe other social subjects in Gaelic, and possibly science. So I'm just wondering how that we can do this with only one teacher.
Okay, if I go on the costs, so currently we've got a slight underspend in our transport costs, so that's what we would be looking at. So we're expecting to be able to contain the costs for getting the primaries to the schools within the transport budget. Of course, if numbers go up, we will have to bring a report back and say what the totality of that looks like. But we're hopeful that it can be contained. The next question was about what the curriculum will look like, and typically we will see, and I'm looking for Elaine on the call here. We will see one Gaelic teacher to begin with in a provision. They will make sure that Gaelic not only immersion, fluent Gaelic, but Gaelic learners, and the two are separate subjects. They would also make sure that there's opportunities for high quality Gaelic dialogue every day. That's something Education Scotland have asked for. Our understanding is that they're dual qualified, so we would be able to look, depending on the teacher we employ, what other subjects they could offer through the medium of Gaelic. When we were looking at our plans, we would probably be looking in year 2 or 3 to be looking at employing a second teacher, again maybe looking at a social subjects teacher, so we could widen the range of Gaelic on offer. Not everything in Glasgow Gaelic School is taught through the medium of Gaelic. Gaelic teachers are very, very difficult to secure, but what we're looking at is a range of possibilities to increase that curriculum. I know Elaine, who's on the call, I'll perhaps bring her in now. She's done a lot of matching against similar provisions and how they've been built up.
Yes, thank you, Ruth. So, for example, at Dunoon, the offer in Dunoon is of Gaelic, which is our equivalent of English in our classes. They also offer 2 35-minute opportunities for all their children who are learning Gaelic to meet across the week. But the offer for Gaelic learning within Dunoon just now is Gaelic. So yes, we would hope that if and when we manage to employ a Gaelic teacher, that they would also be dual qualified. If that wasn't the case, we have provision to provide another subject that is PSE through the medium of Gaelic as well. So we would have, as a starter, 2 subjects that are taught through Gaelic, plus a daily opportunity for the children to have dialogue in Gaelic.
Okay, Chris.
Okay, we have to start somewhere, but I'm just, it's always that we're doing this without having seen the full with the plan. If you have an idea that what we're actually planning, what we're seeing to do is in year 2 employ somebody else, and it would be a social subjects teaching, year 3, year 4, and how that sort of develops. And I suppose what would be quite good to know, you said there's other units within Scotland, maybe not necessarily going to the Glasgow model. But if you have a unit that's been there for, say, 10 years, etc., what does that look like with respect to numbers of Gaelic teachers or teachers within that unit? I'm just interested to see how what would the end offer be for pupils that want to learn in Gaelic in Inverclyde, and how long it would take us to get there.
Ruth, can you answer that?
Yeah, so it would depend on the numbers. So I think the direction of travel will always be to build up the Gaelic provision. As we would start with 1, and as I said, go to build up. What I would say is that it'll depend on the area. My background obviously is in Highland, where they have the standalone Gaelic primary schools, but it tends to be a very similar offer in the secondaries to the one we are probably looking at, which is looking at Gaelic teachers, looking at Gaelic language, social subjects. I know sometimes it can be around the availability of teachers. So, for instance, if there's I remember a home economics teacher at one of the schools through Gaelic. So it can be dependent on the availability of staff as well. Also, the fact that more Gaelic staff will be trained, and we're looking at that dual qualification. So it can be dependent on what the dual qualifications look like. But we would be in a very similar position. For instance, as I said, Glasgow Gaelic School struggles to get Gaelic speaking teachers in all of the disciplines. So the whole of the the whole of the curriculum is not taught in Gaelic, and sometimes it can be just where the teachers who are available have expertise.
Okay, thank you.
Is that okay, Chris? Can I move on to Lynn? Lynn, you're next.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. So just like everyone else, obviously we've had a number of representations from parents, and I've had a number of conversations with parents. And as a parent myself, I totally understand, you know, your kids' transitions are quite stressful at the best of times, but really these parents are suffering from that doublefold because they just don't know what the future looks like. So I totally understand where they're coming from. Normally, with any of these changes to education, we'll always get a wee bit of pushback and a level of complaints and questions. But what it surprised me, which is a really positive, is that this seems to be a strong community of parents that have got their kids through the Gaelic education. And that's to their credit. They're a strong community that are all supporting each other. So they have got a really strong voice in that unity. So that's the first thing to mention. So my concern is that we have a full community who are not happy with the recommendations. So as elected member, yeah, I have concerns that we've not actually taken any of the parents with us in these decisions. So the first question I've got is, if there are actually no children going to Inverclyde Academy, they've made that clear this year, why are we so keen to push this through now? Because it doesn't make any sense to me to actually push it through when we don't have the backing of any of the parents. So it seems pointless putting this recommendation through now for August when we are not going to get any pupils in Inverclyde Academy in August. Because all that does and looks like to the parents is, by pushing it through now, the small bit that they have got, i.e. if the very small number of kids that actually are going to high school this year get into Glasgow, then they're going to lose their transport. So they're actually going to lose. All they see from this recommendation in the immediate term is they're actually going to lose that provision, which is a concern. So so that's probably my first question. Why are we pushing it through when we know that none of the teachers want it and there's no demand for it this year? The report lacked detail for me, the full detail of what that Inverclyde offering is going to look like in practical terms. It lacks that detail for me. And also the bit that's also missing for me is the conversation with Glasgow. Clearly there's a pathway just now from nursery to primary to Glasgow, and now we're facing this, which I understand why we're facing the placement request situation. But we have a number of other departments within the council where we've got provision provided for whatever reason, normally in health and social care, where we have a service level agreement, some sort of agreement with there. If we're looking at funding, is it possible to fund a place? We have a very small community here, there's small numbers, so it's not like it's a huge demand on the Glasgow system. So I would have liked to maybe see a bit more detail in the report about that conversation with Glasgow and see what the future really looks like. We have the numbers there, so it is an easy conversation I would expect in terms of numbers. So I would probably like to see that. And we have in the report, which is great, I've got the parent voice. I really hear the parent voice. It's coming out really loud and clear. But when we're under GRFEC and the pupil voice, I don't actually hear any of those pupils' voices. I don't hear those kids' voices. I would like to hear the kids' voices. What is it they think about that? Why is it they want to go? What about their older siblings that are in Glasgow? How is that going to feel to them to be separated? So I would actually like to see, I hear their voices there when making this decision. So pretty much that's where I am. I'm not sure we should be rushing this through. It's really great news about the advisory group. That's absolutely brilliant on the immediate term. Maybe we need a small group on the short term. Maybe we've got that. We know we've got a year to think about that. So let's have a conversation and let's try and have a proactive conversation, talking to pupils and talking to the parents and maybe getting them on side. Thanks.
Okay, oh, sorry. Are you okay, Lynn?
Yeah, thanks.
Ruth?
So 3 points. In the first point you raised, Councillor Quinn, was about the uncertainty of the transitions. And that was absolutely what the parents asked us to look at, because they're in a position year upon year where there's now uncertainty as to whether or not they'll get a place at Glasgow Gaelic School. And we could leave that. We could say year upon year, we will remain with that uncertainty. That is not where we wanted to be because of the issues that you quite rightly raised around transition. Good transitions often start in P7, P6, and look at the transitions between the primary to the secondary school. So what we didn't want to leave is a position where parents didn't know if they would get a place at the Glasgow Gaelic School. What the offer would look like, again, we would like to. The idea would be to try and co-produce that with the first group of young people who go through the school, because we can look at some parental involvement. Perhaps I could hand over to Elaine at the end of this as to what this might look like. But then having the conversation with Glasgow. So we are the same as any other authority sending children to Glasgow Gaelic School. They have an admissions policy. We cannot get back past that. So we can't say we in Inverclyde demand to be thought of as different to perhaps the people in Renfrew or other people in other areas, or perhaps people from your own from your own authority. Because what we could be doing is saying, by our demands, people in Glasgow can't get into Glasgow Gaelic School, and that would be deemed to be unreasonable. Glasgow are telling us that the school is getting full, and that it's increasingly unlikely that they will be able to accept our young people into that school. So that we have to take that at good faith. There could be no service level agreements where an authority can be forced to take children above their own catchment children. I wouldn't do that with schools in Inverclyde, and I don't think that's conducive to good partnership working. But there has been lots of conversations with Glasgow Gaelic School about how we could possibly join in and use them as almost a mentor type school, and with other authorities as well, so we can learn from them. Perhaps, Elaine, I would hand over to yourself as to what the offer would look like.
Yes, so initially that offer would be the offer of Gaelic for our young people to learn from S1 right through into senior phase and through senior phase, if that was an option for them, if they selected that subject as they moved into senior phase. As I said, there will also be an offer of a second subject if we're lucky enough to have a teacher who is dual qualified. If not, that will be a continuation of PSE through the BGE and into senior phase. There'll also be opportunities to work very closely with Windhill through interdisciplinary learning opportunities, and also to tie in work with, as the head teacher at Inverclyde Academy had indicated when we previously met and spoke with her, to tie in with music, with PE, and making those interdisciplinary learning links with other subjects. And I think that's where, as well, taking in the voice of the pupil and the parents would play a big part as well, as to what their interests would be and where they would like to develop those extra curricular opportunities to work as well. That's something that there's lots to offer through Gaelic, and many of the secondary schools that I've spoken with link to things like Film G, etc., trying to link with the interests that the young people have as well. So that would be something that we would develop with the parents and young people as they joined Inverclyde Academy.
Okay, thanks. Lynn, is that okay? Has that answered your questions?
That's answered my questions. I assume we'll get to the
Yeah.
recommendations later. Thanks.
Okay. Can I take Elizabeth in just now? Elizabeth?
Thanks, Jim. I had a range of questions, but I'm aware of time, and obviously there's been a lot of discussion about this. I'm just wondering if part of the communication that's needed now is to really have something concrete that ensures parents that a unit at Inverclyde Academy is not the end of the journey, because I would completely agree with them on that. I would be really disappointed if that's what we did and that's where everything stopped. But I don't think, and I'm getting a sense from yourself, Ruth, and also from the support you're getting from Board of Gaelic, that that's not where the journey ends, but we only make the journey take the next stage that the journey can take by having the starting point of the unit. That then lets us build up critical mass, that then lets us get to the point where we have enough young people choosing Gaelic medium at secondary level so that we can even look at a viable new school or a separate school. So I guess, but I guess if the parents are kind of going, well, no, that's not an option for us, then that's closed off to us. But if they want to come on that journey with us, then I would like there to be maybe different communication to represent that to them as an option that they might consider.
I'll comment on that. And yes, that's the purpose of the advisory board as well. So basically, as we this is phase one, as Board of Gaelic would say. And we need to start somewhere. And I would love the parents came on this journey with us and look at what the art of the possible, as Louise Long would say, is around this. But I suppose the question is there an appetite for to establish secondary Gaelic in Inverclyde? And once we've answered that question, then it's just about the phasing of that. And I think what I'm hearing loud and clear from everybody is there is an appetite to establish it in Inverclyde, but we can't start with the end. We've got to go in a phased journey to that.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. Elizabeth, is that okay? Yep. Okay, the next question I've got is from Natasha. Natasha?
Thanks, Chair. Also, I can understand parents' concerns. I think that some of the things that have been said have been a bit unfair, especially around Inverclyde Academy. This is the catchment area school for Winhill Primary. So whilst the children are in their own classes for Gaelic in Winhill Primary, they would be going to high school with their peers from the same school around them if they were to do that transition. And Inverclyde Academy does get a bad reputation. However, in the past, schools across the area have had bad reputations and then they've been turned down. We saw that with Notre Dame and St Columba's. One school was preferred over the other and all the kids went to that, and then that changed to the other school. So whilst there are concerns of parents around that, I don't think bullying is exclusive to Inverclyde Academy. I don't think it's exclusive to any school. I think unfortunately is an issue across many schools and across Scotland. And I think that it could even include the Gaelic High School in Glasgow. Not that I would say that I've heard anything from any schools. Aside from that, I think that this additionality that we're offering, this is an additionality. We don't have any statutory obligation to offer this, and I think that we're offering something to the parents that is very unique. We're willing to create a service so that these young people can continue their journey into secondary education. I think a bit more work could be done with the parents, but we have had lots of representations from parents. I know that our education services have worked with our parents, and that is for once we've had this issue come up with the Gaelic High School where they can't accommodate us potentially. If the parents are really minded to have their children go on to secondary Gaelic education, I would expect them to take up the offers from other services that have been mentioned earlier today. But if they want a local provision, we are offering that. And if we can work with parents to provide that, I think that's great. And I think a unit is a good way to start that out. Just like Winhill Primary started out with a unit, starting out with a secondary unit is the best way to go forward rather than creating a whole high school for a very small number of pupils as it currently stands. So it'd be quite interesting to hear back on how many parents are requesting that provision be made for this year, if there is any. And if we can work with parents to see how that provision would look going forward, I think that's the best way forward. But I think ostracising a whole high school because of its reputation isn't necessarily the right way forward, because this would be a new unit with new teachers. And I think that's the way that we need to be thinking rather than thinking about the reputation of it in a different sort of light. So that's more a comment rather than a question or anything.
Thank you for that, Natasha. Can I go on to Chris McElhenney? Chris?
Thank you, convener, and I apologise. I know that the day's getting late. I'll maybe address that later on. mean, today is Burns Day, and I assume that's where Councillor Wilson has went to, and obviously Burns is, one of our greatest, if not the greatest, Scots poets. But probably not many people know of Dougald MacPhail or Guillaume McCall, of the Scottish Thistle, because they wrote their poems in Gaelic in the 18th and 19th century, and over the years the language has been lost, as is their popularity. So I think the general discussion on Gaelic's important, not just from an educational point of view, but our role in ensuring that Gaelic's a thriving language going forward, and it's celebrated. And I have concerns in the report in that we would effectively be separating families in some instances, and I think that is unacceptable. And I really don't see the point of accepting any set of recommendations that we, not often it happens, there is a uniform opinion from the parent body that this is unacceptable and they won't send their children to what we're proposing. So it would be foolish of the committee to propose or approve these recommendations when the parents are telling us they simply won't use the unit in Inverclyde Academy. So I think we need to take that important point on board. Another point is that next week's P&R's obviously got the paper on the Council's Gaelic language plan, and that document perhaps doesn't supersede this debate, but it's a key part of the Council's plan on how we intend to support Gaelic, the language, in Inverclyde. And I think that certainly the recommendations for a working group to be set up there is correct, and that should happen immediately. And it should be that working group that takes forward their recommendations and report back in the future as to what they propose is the best solution for how we can support, nourish and grow Gaelic education in Inverclyde. On some of the other points in the recommendations, so no, I don't agree that we should stop funding transport to Glasgow. I think that we should maintain the status quo in the right now, and in the meantime we should continue to fund school transport to whether it's Dunoon or Glasgow, as the parents choose. We should do so. I think that we need to immediately set up the creation of the Gaelic Advisory Group, not just to consider the medium and longer term implications of Gaelic provision in Inverclyde, but also clearly the immediate implications. And if that results in, the suggestion that we should perhaps extend our school estate in Inverclyde, then I think we should have those options on the table. We spend a lot of money as a council on advertising holdings at the M8 saying come and live in Inverclyde, or marketing schemes or council tax reductions to try and encourage people to live in Inverclyde. And parents are telling us that they chose to come and live in Inverclyde because of the option they have. And they've uprooted sticks. They've came to Inverclyde, they put their children into Windhill Primary School because they knew that they could go through Windhill Primary School, and then they would have the option to have their transport to continue their Gaelic medium at Glasgow. And we're taking that away from them, and some of them have been clear to me and perhaps other members that they'll just simply move out of the area. But why don't we think outside of the box? We want to try and attract new people to live in Inverclyde. Well, what's the difference between a 3-bedroom bar at home in Greenock and a 3-bedroom bar at home in Castlemilk? None. Whereas, what's the difference between an area that tries to embrace that we can actually start to be the mainland growth centre for Gaelic education? I think that's a really interesting prospect. Of course, it'll cost money, and other local authorities may send children there that will perhaps fund the teaching capacity, but certainly not the capital side of it. But I think we need to consider it. So I know you're not going to the recommendations just now, so I'll come back to them. But I think we really should not be accepting them, or perhaps propose some amendments if others don't. One final point I would like to make, Convener, because I know the time's pushing 10 to 7. I beg your indulgence. In terms of item 16, I personally think that should have been 2 separate reports, because the guidance on supporting transgender pupils in our schools, I think, is a really important debate, a really important set of guidance, and I don't think it should have been conflated with the National Health and Wellbeing Survey, because we wouldn't, for example, have made that report support for disabled children in our schools and the National Health and Wellbeing. The point I'm making is,
Chris, I know, but we're not at that agenda yet. If you bring that in now, we'll never get
I'm not bringing
to that agenda.
The point I'm making is I've got about Yeah, I've got about an hour worth of questions for both of those documents. So
Well,
I
let's
think
wait till we get that, or else we'll never get to it.
I would like you to consider.
Mr. Convener, we're discussing an item on the agenda, not the item that the councillor's referring to. Could we conclude this item and discuss that when we get to that point in the agenda?
I do like that these meetings are now streamed live, because all of Inverclyde gets to see the angry rants. I don't think we should be having debates on education without the representative of the full body.
But Chris, people will be able to see you now as well. I'm the convener of this committee. You're actually bringing in an agenda item from another part of the agenda, and it's not right. Let's deal with this committee, this agenda item first of all. By this, you're actually prolonging it. So can we deal with this agenda item first of all, and then we'll move on through the business, and when you get to that, you can make your comment. So thank you. Can I ask about that? Can I ask, is there any other questions regarding this agenda item? I'm looking in the chat. Jim McLeod, Jim.
Yeah, can I just ask Ruth? Ruth, I'm really sorry. Whilst you were doing a presentation or speaking about this at the beginning, I'm sorry because I sort of got caught out with a couple of things. So I'm sorry if you already mentioned this. As you know, I'd emailed you some weeks ago about the numbers of children who are learning Gaelic at Winhill. I think you said there was 44, of which, and I asked how many of the children were from out with Inverclyde. I think it was 11. So that equates to 25%. I just wondered moving forward, and I'm thinking, I hear what the parents are saying, and I just wondered if they were able to get a standalone building, if the numbers were high enough. Have we been engaging with other local authorities like Renfrewshire, North Ayrshire, West Dumbartonshire about maybe some of their children coming to Inverclyde to a new secondary provision for Gaelic? So as I say, I apologise again if you did cover that in what you were saying at the beginning. Thanks.
Ruth.
So we've been working with other authorities about what their provision looks like. There's two issues there. What the strong national push is to have 3 to 18 within each authority. So basically what Bodna Gaelic is saying is that they would prefer that each authority had its own Gaelic provision from 3 to 18 rather than basically poaching each other's pupils. We're looking at the critical mass of people in authorities around us, and whether or not if we built I suppose if I could magic up a school almost immediately, and then I could get access to Gaelic teachers, which would be, I have to say, very problematic, especially if Glasgow are expanding as well. But if we could do that, the numbers still wouldn't constitute that people would necessarily come, and the critical mass would still not be there. So what we're suggesting is we start with looking at what the appetite is for Gaelic in Inverclyde, and then build up. Elaine's got more of the facts and figures to her hand than I myself perhaps do. And there's no guarantee that people would want to leave their provision as well. We've got to be very careful with that, Jim.
Okay, thanks for that, Ruth. I'm quite keen to push this on now. Now, what I would say, we have got the recommendations here. Ruth has actually said, I think we've got to remember that this has all came about because of Glasgow Gaelic School refusing placing requests. So this is the whole started this whole ball rolling, that we actually had to start looking at the provision within Inverclyde. So, for instance, if we actually the option that Ruth also gives us was the status quo, that we just go along as is. The problem with that is what actually happens the very first time that Glasgow refused placing requests again. So I think that's the issue with that one. I'm open to motions now, or amendments to recommendations. And I say I've got the first one is from Councillor McCabe.
Yeah, Convener, I have a lot of sympathy with the position you're just articulated out there. But certainly on the basis of the members who have spoken so far, and it might not be the majority view, but to me there does seem a view that at this point in time that we shouldn't proceed with the Gaelic secondary provision, because the parent body have made it clear that they've not prepared to send their children there. Presumably they've consulted their children before they've reported that view to us, I suppose. So if that's the view, then personally I'm content with that. I think we still have to go ahead with a statutory consultation on the primary catchment area, because we're told what we need to define the primary catchment area. And if we're maintaining the status quo at this point in time, obviously the provision of transport for placement requests would obviously, the existing policy would prevail on that. And I think absolutely the creation of the advisory group is a sensible option that I think, again, from everybody spoken, there seems to be a sensible approach to take. So to me, potentially, I think we could maybe achieve consensus around that. But obviously, I see there's other amendments in the chat function.
Okay, thanks for that, Stephen. Just to get it clear for the people who are taking the minute. So the status quo is there because there is no requirement for
no demand
just now. So what you're actually saying is that we still go ahead with the catchment area for
primary,
and we still go ahead with free transport, and we still go ahead with the Gaelic advisory group to consider either the medium and long term, but obviously we could add in the immediate, medium and long term future of Gaelic education. So that is the first motion I've got. Now, is that consensus, or is people wishing to do amendments to that motion? I'll go to Councillor McAleeny first.
I'll withdraw my amendment, Convener, because it was going to be in those terms, and you've obviously incorporated the immediacy into the advisory group, so I'm content to support Councillor McCabe's motion.
Okay, and I'm going to go to Councillor Quinn now. Lynn?
Yeah, I agree, just especially with the change to the kind of short term, so we need to have a discussion about 23-24. So if we include the final point to include 23-24, then I'm happy with that.
I mean, we could be back here, so we just don't know what's going to happen in Glasgow. So this is not solving a problem here. As long as the members know this, we've done this for the best of intentions of trying to expand the provision within Inverclyde. We're listening to what parents are saying just now, but it's not going to go away. So if we can agree with that, I'm looking to see if anybody's against that. If we can agree with that, and that gives you enough, what I've said, yes, to minute.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I've noted a sort of convener that you would be approving bullet points 2, 3 and 4, 2 under deletion of the reference to and secondary.
Yes.
And in relation to 4, that the word immediate would be inserted prior to creation of a Gaelic advisory group. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just to clarify on the bullet point on transport, that would be deleted effectively.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because we're going for the status quo. Okay.
Okay, and is there any amendment to that motion? No. That's unanimously approved.
Okay, can we move to agenda item number 15, which should be a relatively good news and simple agenda item, and that's the proposal to establish an Inverclyde schools pipe band. Oh, is Alana still here? Is Alana going to take that one? No. Or is Tony's going to take it?
Thanks, Convener. This is just to seek approval for the creation of a Inverclyde pipe band because we are going to be obtaining funding from the Scottish Schools Pipes and Drums Trust, which we plan to add to the provision just now that we have. And I've detailed in the report how we propose to use the funding over the next 3 years. We normally wouldn't bring a committee, we wouldn't normally need a committee approval for this, but it was just to highlight to committee that after 3 years the funding will end, and while we will work on an exit strategy after 3 years, the likelihood is, given other authorities, that the funding will continue. So it is a good news story, and it'll certainly give opportunities to quite a number of kids in our authority to try and develop a pipe band in Inverclyde.
Okay, I open it up to any questions for anybody. If there's no questions, Jim McLeod, do you got anything you want to add?
No, no questions as such, but it's great today that we're seeing Gaelic and the pipes being discussed. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Jim. Can we agree the recommendation?
Agreed.
Now, I'm going to take Councillor McElhenny now. Obviously, Councillor McElhenny interrupted at one of the previous agenda items to say that he didn't think that we'll have enough time to do this next agenda item. What I'm going to do is right away ask members, do they feel that they have got the time within themselves to go to this agenda? If you can indicate if anybody's against doing this agenda item now, in the chat. I can't see anybody against it apart from Natasha.
Can I just ask a question about, see, with the nature of the survey, is that not time critical, meaning that we need to discuss the survey today?
Well, I don't get the feeling that people don't want to discuss it today. I think it's only Chris that wishes a suspension.
Well, can I speak now, Convener? Is that okay?
But well, now that we've actually agreed that we're going to hold the paper, I'm actually going.
Well, I'm going to move a motion of adjournment.
Right. Okay. Well, I think you've got the answer to that. Right.
So you need me to point you to the relevant standing order?
Yes, please, Chris. Since you're an expert in standing orders.
No, I'm just showing you notes coming. Yeah, so it's standing order 37. So the points I want to make is that the provost has left the meeting. The deputy provost has left the meeting. And importantly, the Education Committee's parent body representative has had to leave the meeting. So if you look at item 16, as I said, I don't think this should be one report. I don't have any criticism of officers, but the guidance and supporting transgender pupils in schools,
Chris,
that's an important...
You're now going into the actual agenda itself. Now, is your point of your adjournment, what I've got to, that we're not in quorum, is that your point of adjournment?
No, my point of adjournment is I don't believe that the members of this committee, if they're honest with themselves, have read the Scottish Government's transgender guidance, which is the guidance we've been asked to approve.
Convener, seriously, we cannot be having a debate about whether we're having a debate, right? So let's get to the point. If there's a motion, let's get to the point.
Right, Stephen,
consider who's chairing this meeting?
Stephen,
order, please, sir.
Chris, you as well, please. Now we've got a point of Chris has moved for an adjournment. Kat, have we got to go for a vote on that, Anne?
No, I need to stipulate the proposed time of the adjournment, or else it's an automatic 30 minutes adjournment as per the standing orders. And the reason for the adjournment.
Anne, can you come in for advice?
Yes, so the standing order in relation to adjournment appears in the minutes which relates to council meetings. However, it's clear that it does apply to committees. It's not been excluded in relation to committees. And what the standing order actually says is at the conclusion of any speech, any member may move that the meeting be adjourned. If such a motion is moved and seconded, there will be no further debate. And obviously, in relation to a committee, there will be no need for a seconder. And the vote shall be taken immediately to adjourn or not adjourn. If the motion to adjourn is agreed, then unless the time is specified in the motion, the adjournment shall take effect immediately, and the meeting shall be adjourned until such time as decided by the provost, or it would be the convener. So I think it would be for Councillor McElhenney to specify how long the adjournment would be for. If it's not specified, it shall be competent to repeat such a motion for a further 30 minutes unless moved by the convener. Does that help?
Yes, thanks, Anne. Yes.
So, Chris, you're one.
Okay, I'll move my motion. So on account that I estimate I have about 1.5 hours of questions, particularly on the Scottish Government's guidance for Scottish schools, which we're being asked to approve as our guidance. So I've got about 1.5 hours of questions on that and about 45 minutes worth of questions on the health and wellbeing census. I think instead of members sitting here until that would be well into 9 o'clock, it would make perfect sense that you agree to adjourn this meeting and put these items on an agenda at a time agreed by yourself and the clerks. You have a minimum of 3 days to give notice. It could be next week, it could be 2 weeks. There's no time bar on getting the survey. It could even go to the next committee. I just think that these are really important sets of guidance, and we shouldn't just be knocking them through. We should have the advocate time to ask questions. I get about 2 hours maybe myself. Other members will have questions, I'm sure. And I just think we don't do ourselves any service to do that well into the night when we've got several important members of the committee have left. Thanks, convener.
Okay, thanks for that. Ruth, obviously, as Chris has intimated that he's going to have 2 hours worth of questions for you. With that, can I ask we're moving to the request from Chris to move to an adjournment. We all know that we might be here for a while to listen to Chris. So can I ask to go through the vote?
Convener, with all due respect, we cannot as a committee be threatened that we're going to be held here for several hours, right? When it might actually be the case that we don't need to go through the 45 minutes of questioning on a particular item. So let's not be threatened by the fact that we're going to be here for hours. So let's get to the vote.
Okay, thank you for that advice. Right, can we move to the vote? So it's either for or against an adjournment, I take it on.
That's correct. So yes, it's the motion. It's to adjourn or to not adjourn, and I'll just ask each member present how they wish to vote. So understand, Provost. I believe the Provost has left the meeting. Councillor Clopperty, do you wish to adjourn or not adjourn?
Not adjourn.
Councillor Curley, do you wish to adjourn or not adjourn?
Not adjourn.
Thank you. Councillor MacLeod, do you wish to adjourn or not adjourn?
Not adjourn.
Councillor McCabe?
Not adjourn.
Councillor McElhenney?
Adjourn.
Councillor McVeigh?
He's left.
He's gone.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, adjourn or not adjourn?
Not adjourn.
Councillor Quinn?
Not adjourn.
Councillor Robertson?
Not adjourn.
Thank you. And I note that Councillor Wilson has left the meeting. That's one vote to adjourn.
And the non-elected members of the committee need to be asked.
Thank you very much. Apologies. Mrs. Gilpin, to adjourn or not adjourn?
You're on mute, Francis.
I think that's a matter for elected members to decide.
Thank you. Reverend Donaldson, do you wish to adjourn or not adjourn?
Not here.
Reverend Burt, would you like to adjourn or not adjourn?
He's gone as well.
And I believe Miss McMillan has left. And Miss McEwen.
I agree with Francis and all the elected members decide.
So you're abstaining.
Can we quickly get confirmation that we're still quorate by someone?
Yes, thank you. I wondered if I could just have a few minutes to consider that. We could have a very brief recess, convener.
Yes, by all means, we need that, and I might allow people to go for a comfort break. So you've got a break of 2 minutes or 3 minutes if you want to go for a comfort break. Anne, are you back with us?
I am, thank you, yes.
Just before everybody else comes back, can I just get clarification on the quorum?
Yes, we are. I was just wanting to check the standing orders in relation to the non-elected members. So the quorum is 6 for all committees, and that would include education and communities. And there doesn't appear to be anything in relation to elected members, so we're definitely quorum. We've got 8.
Okay.
8 elected members. So that's
okay. Okay. Now, I'm acutely aware, like, for instance, can I just, at this point in time, before I'm trying to see if the rest are come back, can I just put my thanks to, especially to Diane, Lindsay and Ian, for staying on this long in these calls. I suppose it's terrible to say it, but we expect Tony, Ruth and Michael to do that, but just to thank all and auxiliary staff for staying on so late as well. It is much appreciated. I assume that everybody else is now back, so I'm going to recommence the meeting. So where we are is agenda item number 16, sorry.
Convener, I'd put in a point of order which was pertinent to Councillor McElhinney. Sorry, I'm not wanting to postpone this even longer than the 15 minutes we've just had, but if anybody's going to have a detailed question, it's meant to be submitted the day before by 10 AM. So I think that's something that we should be mindful of for future meetings.
You live by standing orders and you die by standing orders. What I was going to intend to do before I'm going to invite Ruth in to present it first of all, there is 2 recommendations in the paper. There's a recommendation on the health and wellbeing survey, but there's the other one on the national guidance in place for best practice for supporting transgender children, pupils in schools. Now, that is a four-noting item. Now, it's four-noting for this committee. What I would intend to certainly navigate any questions on that, it is a four-noting item. So I would ask committee's indulgence that we actually delay that item. We're splitting it into 2 and we delay that item to the next education committee. And that will give us a chance to as Councillor McElhinney says, since nobody's actually read it apart from him, is to actually read the guidelines and it will certainly navigate any questions we need from that. So I've got a couple of comments on that. That's what I would be proposing to do if I get agreement on that, and that should cut the meeting down by at least 2 hours. I've got a comment from Councillor McCabe on that and a comment from Councillor Murphy on that. Can I go to Councillor McCabe first of all?
Yeah, I don't have any difficulty with that proposal. I did anticipate that actually the issue of the transgender guidance would be contentious in some respect, but I do have to say I do object to the presumption on the part of Councillor McElhinney that none of us have actually read that particular guidance. I think that's a big presumption to make and disrespectful of other members of the committee, to be perfectly honest. And I don't require a reply from Councillor McElhinney.
Okay, right. Thanks for that
comment.
Can I ask Councillor Murphy, if you've got a comment, or does that negate any comment you have if we agree to take out that part of the agenda item? Natasha?
My comment was slightly different. I'm happy to put this onto the next agenda, but if it's a four-noting item, no matter what we say, it doesn't change the fact that this is the guidance for our schools, does it? So it's more of a question of, are we wanting to delay this for a month to get it noted, or are we looking for an opportunity to maybe discuss this in a way that actually change can't come from it, unfortunately, because the guidance has been released. Our schools, I would assume, have to comply with it because it's a Scottish Government paper.
Natasha, although I might agree with you, what I want to do is strip out the 2 so we can concentrate in one thing and get it over with tonight. And then we put that into another paper, and then we could have that argument at another time. So if there's not anybody against that proposal, and I can't see in the chat anybody against it, thanks Lynn for agreeing on it, can we take that what we're going to do is we're going to actually put the national guidelines on to the next committee, and that'll strip the both of them out. And what I'll get Ruth to do is therefore to talk about the option that we're deciding on the health and well-being survey. So we've got that in agreement. Right, okay. So if we've got that in agreement, then we'll delay that to the next education survey, and I'll ask Ruth to specifically just talk about the health and well-being survey. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so an update on the health and wellbeing survey, and members of this committee will know that in 2013 and 2019, Inverclydes have carried out council-specific health and wellbeing surveys, and in 5.2.1, it gives an overview of the range of topics that would have been included. The demographics, relationships and sexual health, physical activity, diet and sleep, caring responsibilities, a wide general health and wellbeing survey. And on the back of that survey, reports were taken not only to the Alliance Board, but also to this committee, and also updates on the very positive impact it had on offers to do with health and wellbeing. So some differences we've made on the back of the survey is certainly in instigating Clyde conversations, to have a deeper look and speak to the young people, to look at our PSE education, to look at we've had a trend analysis to look at the fact that mental health is a bigger issue now than perhaps it was earlier, and also more of our young people are perhaps experimenting with drug use. So looking at some of our drug input, and also looking at our sexual health clinics and the timing for those. So a lot of the information we've gleaned from the previous health and wellbeing surveys has been put to good use. Those of us who are long in the tooth to remember will know that the national survey has been in gestation, I would have to say, since 2015. And finally, at the end of last year, the national survey was completed. And I suppose it's everybody on this in this meeting knows that there has been quite a lot of discussion about the content of the survey, and also some of the questions that have been asked. So as officers, we agreed to suspend the survey, to have a further look at the questions being asked, and in front of you are a range of options. Just perhaps to quell some of the questions I've been asked that have perhaps been informed by publicity rather than the facts themselves. This survey were very clear that 5-year-olds are not being asked P5s are not being asked whether or not they've had anal sex. So that's one of the questions that a parent put to me, and I was very easily and quickly able to say that that wasn't the case. So the questions are age appropriate. The difference between this survey and our survey is it's S4 to S6. Previously in our survey, we'd asked S3 and S4 about sexual activity, S5 and S6. There have been two slightly separate surveys there. This starts at S4. So the questions are age appropriate. Also, to be very clear, it's not asking people whether or not they've had anal sex. It's asking people whether they've had sexual intercourse, and there's been a definition of vaginal or anal as to the definition of what that sexual intercourse would look like. But it's those terms that I suspect have caused a lot of the unrest around the questions. So to talk you through the thinking of officers, and we have spoken to representative groups of parents, we've spoken to representative groups of pupils, and also with our own officer knowledge, and speaking to other authorities too. And speaking also, certainly the omission there was the head teachers. I'll talk through the options, and then I'll come to why I made the recommendation I've made. So we could, option 1, undertake the survey in its full format, absolutely as is. And when we discussed with the parents and the pupils, I would have to say the feedback we got from those representative samples is that anatomical terms are used in PSE, and young children will be used to using the correct terminology for body parts. So the feedback from them was very, very clear that if we're going to ask the questions, then they wouldn't object to the use of body parts. When we discussed with them just using the word penetrative sex rather than vaginal or anal, they came away from that because they thought perhaps penetrative people would question what that was. So the young people themselves said they felt a definition of the anatomical terms was probably useful. When we spoke to our head teachers, and our own reaction to it was probably those terms were perhaps too graphic. We know people would be sensitive around that, so we came with a modification of the questions, and we worked with particularly our head teachers and officers to look at what we could do to change the explicit use of language and specifically in questions 49 to 54, and I've given an example of the S4 survey, to bring them, and that would be to bring them more in line with the types of questions we had previously asked. Now, bearing in mind, when we previously asked about sexual activity, we got some mixed answers from our young people because we didn't define clearly enough what that sexual activity was. So we couldn't deduce that people had had safe or unsafe sex on the back of those answers. So we already had in our minds that any future surveys would need to be less ambiguous on that. And I think that was discussed at certainly the Alliance Board. So option 2 was for us was to keep the sexual questions in, but to change the explicit use of language. There is an option 3, and that's to remove the questions on sexual activity completely from the survey. And that's the option that I have recommended. When this is referred to by members of the public as the sex survey, then we have probably gone very far in the nation's thinking and through the discussion as to what people will perceive of this survey. This survey has got many more questions than just particularly sexual activity. And the danger of it being referred to as the sex survey, which by the way it's not, there are questions on sexual activity, but on all sorts of other health and well-being, then we are in danger of parents opting for their young people and young people themselves opting not to do the survey itself. And we begin to look at then the validity of that survey. If people are making choices because they don't or want to answer or object to the sexual questions at the end, then we will miss a lot of other valuable information. And that's why option 3 is the proposed, reluctantly proposed option, because my sense is that if this continues with the reputation of the sex survey, then we may miss a lot of valid information from young people that we would find useful. It's in a context of being able to, we have sample surveys around sexual health, so we could use the national surveys. We would not have the indicative Inverclydes surveys. We wouldn't get the trend. And we know our previous trend had been that more young people were having underage sex, and that's something we would perhaps have wanted to address. Option 4 is not to undertake the survey at all. We don't have to do this survey. It's an opt-in for local authorities. So we could perhaps just opt out of the health and wellbeing survey. That's not an option because we do value the information we get back from our young people. And option 5 would to be explore the costs and implications of delivering the Inverclydes specific survey again. That would be in the region of £50,000, but I'm also conscious of the fact that the previous researcher we used may not be available, so that figure is maybe out of date. The disadvantage of option 5 is that we have no national comparators, and we've long since regretted the fact that we don't know how we're doing against the national stage. So reluctantly, option 3 is the option from officers, because we figure that getting some information that we can use for the survey is better than getting no information at all. And when we're hearing that this is purely about 4 questions, and the media is very much fixated on those questions, we have to look at the validity of the information we'll get across the board. I appreciate there will be a lot of debate, there will be lots of different opinions. I can just tell you the facts as I see them, and happy to take any questions for clarification.
Okay, thanks for that, Ruth. Just now, I've only got a question from Chris McLenny.
Thanks, convener. If we just start at Appendix 3, so it says the Scottish Health and Wellbeing Census 2021-2022 S4 pupils. But I had concerns about questions at other children, so I'm correct that there was questions at primary 6 and upwards were being asked, and they've not all been included here because there were some emotional wellbeing questions that I thought were a bit complex for some young people, which would perhaps trigger them, and perhaps, you know, there was no support at all. So this is the version for S4 pupils, but is it right that there was other versions for primary 6 pupils, etc.?
From primary 5 upwards, my understanding.
Primary 5, yeah.
And
Yeah,
what we also ask is that when the survey is undertaken, that there is support for pupils. I know exactly the point you're making. For instance, if you're asked questions about relationships, or if your family, for instance, eat together, then people, if that's not the case, then young people may have an adverse reaction. So we absolutely understand that. So we ask that the teachers do provide support and speak to the young people as well.
Yeah. Did you go to bed hungry? Did you wake up hungry, etc.? You know, so we were asking the primary 5, 6 kids, etc. So I guess that's the first point before I go into some questions, is that I think that when we've been asked to carry out exercises like this with the Scottish Government, it should come to the Education Committee before there's a presumption that it automatically gets rolled out, because there may well have been many valid questions that members would have asked in advance of that. So first question was, so you've obviously used the language that the survey was suspended. So again, I thank Councillor Clotterty, because I know that he did accept when a concern was raised that it should be suspended. But use of the word suspend means that it had already been rolled out. So how many children took part in the survey before it was suspended?
So we'd engaged with our schools. We've been in constant engagement with the Scottish Government about the range and types of the questions. And to be honest, as I'd said, the survey has taken a long time to come to fruition. What I would say is that the questions are broadly similar to the ones previously asked. So the 2013 and 2019 surveys, which have been to this committee, I don't remember bringing to committee the particular questions that we were asking.
I don't know if that's what Chris is getting at, Chris.
The first point was more commentary. The question was that the survey was suspended. So by definition, a suspension means it was underway. So how many children do we think took part in the survey before we suspended it?
So our understanding is possibly one class.
One class, okay. So that leads on to the next question then. So the Scottish Government are very robust in saying that there was the option for that one class, the pupils in that, to voluntarily not take part, and indeed for their parents to say that they don't want their children to take part. So in advance of the children in that class taking part in the survey, were their parents notified that they were to take part in this survey and given the opportunity that they say they don't want their children to take part in it?
My understanding is those letters was yes. So
Okay,
there are sets of letters advising parents that the children will be taking part in the survey and to opt out as well.
Okay, but no details of obviously the nature of the questions, just the headline title of it, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Can I get that circulated just for reference after the committee? The letter that went out, just a copy of it.
I'm looking to Michael. Alison McClellan will have copies of the...
I believe that could be done, yeah.
Yeah, appreciate that. So other concerns that I've got and parents have raised are about on data. So if this is an anonymous survey, why is there a requirement for the pupils to put their candidate number on the survey?
So the Scottish candidate number is used on the national survey. We didn't use it on our local survey. When we were designing the previous survey, of the impression that people would be more honest if they didn't have a unique identifier attached to it. There was a downside to our decision, because actually, if anything came forward that had significant child protection issues, then there was no way we could locate that child. So there are pros and cons to using a Scottish candidate number or not. What the Scottish Government is saying is that the Scottish candidate number will give other demographic information that can be used for wider information linked to the Scottish candidate number. It will only ever be used for two reasons. One is for improvement purposes, to look for research, and the other is if there was a significant child protection issue raised, then we would be able to, authorities would be able to, with the information, be able to locate that child. So there was pros and cons to either approach.
So that leads me on to the next question in terms of who the data controller was, because when you go onto the Scottish Government's website and look at the series of privacy notices on this survey, the Scottish Government, or the relevant agency, is the data controller. But I'm a wee bit confused, because on page 39, you've got the bubble that says, what happens to my answers? So this has been widely promoted as a Scottish Government census, health and wellbeing services, but it says here, your local authority will collect your answers from every child or young person who takes part. Next sentence, not relevant. Next sentence, the local authority will not tell anybody your answers, not your teacher or your family. Of course, it's up to you if you want to talk to other people about your answers. So from that to me looks like we, Inverclyde Council, have all the answers and all the data, and we can see what pupils have answered. Would that be correct?
But we wouldn't. So we've got. So we would be the data controller, but we have a data protection impact assessment agreement with the Scottish Government.
Yeah, but none of that's in any of the privacy notices. None of it's not stipulated that it says it's an anonymous survey, but what we're saying here is, we could have used the candidate number to track down an individual. None of that's in the privacy notices. So, I mean, that is a safeguarding concern, because thankfully, we've got a great set of officers, indeed all local authorities do, but that's a clear safeguarding concern, that there is a wide range of organisations, this council, within the Scottish Government, that would have had access to the data, access to a Scottish candidate number, and then able to identify a specific child that had made the answers. So, going on to the next question is the question on funding.
Was that a question to Ruth there, or was that just a statement?
It's just a statement. I don't see how it adds up. All the privacy statements on the Scottish Government, none of them reference, Inverclyde Council or any of the names of the councils will have access to all this data. I don't think there's any privacy statements on our website saying that we'd access to all of this data. So that's a clear privacy concern. You might think, oh, that's a moot point, but it's potentially quite a serious breach actually from the Scottish Government, and councils are acting as their surrogate for the breach. So the next question goes on to finance. So one of the points you make is it would cost £50,000 if we wanted to our Inverclyde version. Again, going solely on this bubble here, which the children are given and told us the rationale of the survey, the council collect the answers, the council won't tell anybody your answers, meaning the council know the answers. It says in the first line, your local authority will then look at everybody's answers together. Second paragraph, your local authority will then look at everybody's answers together. So that statement is directly in conflict from the answers just provided. And if we're being told it's costing £50,000 for our own Inverclyde survey, well, how much is all of this costing? Collating the answers, reviewing the answers, your local authority looking at everybody's answers in totality. Next sentence, so that your local authority can understand what children or young people of your age think and do. Then they will also look at other information about you, such as the area you live in, your ethnic background, and whether you get extra help at school, etc. So
That to me is, a pretty clear statement that children filling in the survey were getting, but it completely contradicts all of the answers from the Scottish Government, and indeed I think your impression of what this survey is, because that to me looks like we're running this survey. It's our survey, we're in charge of the answers, we're collating the responses, we're homogenising them together, we're looking for trends and patterns, we're looking at individual children, we're using it clearly it states there, we're going to use the information. So is the statement provided on the survey completely false and that's incorrect, or was that happening?
So a lot in your question there. So my understanding is that the local authorities, the data controllers, so we do collect the answers, and but the Scottish Government provide the analysis part. Previously, we used Tracy Lewin Research to provide the analysis for us. So now there will be national analysis, so we can look at comparators, but we will also be analysing our own authority. So actually, I don't think the Scottish Government are necessarily they're incorrect. I accept the fact you think they're perhaps not being absolutely open in the fact that the Scottish Government are also using this for national surveys. But the fact that we will be using it for our own input, it is in fact true, and we are collecting the answers, but we're using the Scottish Government to analyse those answers.
Okay, so Chris, I'm going to let other members in. I'll come back to you to give other members a chance, unless you've got.
Well, the questions were going from one thread to another, so it maybe makes sense to just finish the bit on this blurb in particular. So I just want to get clarity on this. So I think one confusing factor right away is this is advertised as the Scottish Government census, but we are putting out as if it's our Inverclyde Council census. That blurb makes a series of claims, right? And if I read that, that says we're collating data, we're analysing data, we're using data, we're able to, if we had taken the Scottish candidate numbers, which you said we did not, we would have been able to isolate individual children to use that data. That's not what the Scottish Government's saying, and it's not what you're saying. So I can't understand how this big blurb here can be correct. In one hand, that's correct, and in the other hand, no, we it's the Scottish Government manage the data, we're the data controller, we hand it all over to them. It makes a series of claims there that the local authority is going to look at everybody's answers together. So did we look at everyone's answers together? Because that's absolutely not what the Scottish Government said was happening. It says it will help the local authority understand what children and young people your age think and do. So did we look at that data to understand what children and young people in our local authority think and do? Because if we did, that's not what the Scottish Government said was happening with the data. The final sentence, and this is the final question, convener, and I'll have some more later on if that's okay. They will also look at information about you. So that's you. When it says they, that means Inverclyde Council. Inverclyde Council will also look at other information about you, such as the area you live in. So we'll be looking at the areas that children lived in, and based on their answers, coming to some conclusions. Your ethnic background, whether you get extra help at school or not. I don't see how there can be a line here that this is all anonymous and it's all passed to the Scottish Government. We don't have any knowledge of the information when it clearly says here that we're effectively running, collating and analysing the survey for them. You mentioned they're maybe using a partner agency to do that analysation for us. Well, there's obviously a financial cost in, so how can it possibly cost £50,000 to carry out our own bespoke Inverclyde survey? When this really just looks like, to me, the Scottish Government gave us a set of textbook questions, and we're giving them the answers, but we're doing all the groundwork for them.
So a lot in that, and again, looking at the history to getting this, and I know there was a lot of back and forwards between local authorities and the Scottish Government about who owned the data. So actually, who was the data controller? And I think it came back that local authorities would be the data controller. However, that the Scottish Government would set the questions, they would analyse the survey, and also, and perhaps apologies if I was unclear, they are doing a lot of the analysis linked to the Scottish candidate numbers around demographics. just the same as Tracy Lewin would have done previously when we asked her to analyse our own surveys.
Okay.
Okay, so
you're picking up
that was just that one last point on this. So where are all the privacy notices saying that we're the data controller?
We'll have got a data protection impact assessment. We'll have a data sharing agreement with the Scottish Government on this. I can send you copies of those if you want.
Right, that's not the question. If you're a data controller, you need specific data policies for all the information. So if you go onto the Scottish Government's webpage on this census, there's a privacy notice for every single grouping of questions in terms of what's getting asked, who owns the data, who's got access to the data. Because the Scottish Government claim they're the data controller. But this is the first I've been made aware that we're the data controller.
Can I interject there? Can I actually say, and bearing in mind Natasha's earlier comment, I actually feel that these are extremely detailed questions, and to actually put them, wait to the actual night of the meeting itself to ask a corporate director is really quite unfair. I think these questions could have been put to the corporate director well beforehand, and she could have given a written response to you. And if you still want to ask questions at the meeting, of course you're entitled to. Now, I think you've had your reply to those ones, so I'm going to bring it out to other members just now, Chris, to be fair to them.
Okay, the standing orders in relation to full council meetings, as you'll be aware, it's not in relation to committee meetings.
Right.
Committee meetings are
okay, so Chris, if you let me go, please. I know you were wanting to speak for 2 hours on the other survey. I didn't know you wanted to speak for 2 hours on this one, but you're quite entitled to do that. Can I ask Frances to ask her comment and questions, please?
Thanks, convener. And I've got a couple of comments and a number of questions. Maybe not as many as Chris. But well, you see, first of all, I'd like to thank Ruth for engaging with the diocese in relation to this survey. I mean, that was very helpful, and she engaged very promptly before church reps and neighbouring authorities. So I thank Ruth for that. I'd like to make a number of points, not just in relation to the original survey, and also to kind of bring a national perspective to this. I mean, we know now that across Scotland there have been concerns raised by a lot of parents, and very importantly from Scotland's Children's Commissioner. I think the points made there are quite important, and these are points that would be echoed by parents, Catholic parents in Inverclyde. I mean, the Scottish Children's Commissioner, he expressed concerns about young people's rights, including their right to privacy. And also he highlighted the lack of parents and young people involvement in drawing up the survey, and I think those are quite significant points. In fact, I think the lack of involvement of the parents and young people is really quite a serious flaw in the survey. The kind of national sort of picture has really been reflected in relation to the Catholic parents in Inverclyde. And the concerns that we're getting expressed to myself and to the diocese, and there's something I have to say personally I echo, that the original survey, I mean, it was highly intrusive. There were very explicit sexual questions and some very poorly worded questions in it. And in relation to the Catholic schools, the language that was used in several of the questions, it doesn't reflect the language that's used in the relationships education curriculum in the Catholic schools. So that's the points I would like to make. Also, just to comment on what's said, I mean, I appreciate what Ruth says is that this is known as the sex survey, and that's a sad reflection of the society we have and maybe the media that we have. And I don't think anybody would dispute the need to gather significant information to inform policy. But Ruth makes the point about national comparisons, and I think those are, again, entirely valid, but only to a point, because I think it's becoming quite clear, and talking to my colleagues, that we're not going to get a universal national coverage across all local authorities or all parents in all schools. And to an extent, I know it doesn't totally invalidate comparisons, but it does make arguably the comparison's less valid. If you don't mind, I've got a number of questions, Ruth, and if we maybe not many, and they won't take long to answer, but if I'll just give you them one by one, if that's okay. Right. Can I ask first of all, if you're proposing option 3, what questions precisely are you proposing to take out of the survey?
So it would be 49 to 54.
To 54. Well, I mean, what I would say to that is that therefore leaves questions 55, 56, 57, and arguably 58 and 59, which are highly intrusive. And I would get the impression that a lot of parents would find that quite difficult. I mean, one of the things I thought, this might seem a bit trivial, but one of the things I thought today is, what would any of us feel as adults if we were confronted and requested to answer those questions? I mean, I think that's maybe something worthy of thought. So, I mean, I think taking out those questions, I would find it difficult to offer support to that limited removal of the questions. Can I another couple of questions, if you don't mind? I know the paper says that the senior pupil represented were consulted. Can I ask what the age and stage of those pupils were?
Francis, can I come in and correct myself on the answer to the first? I think when we're talking about taking out the questions on sexual activity, we're looking at 49 to the end of 59. Apologies, I'd looked at the wrong appendix when I was looking at the adaptation. They were the ones we would adapt. Sorry, 49 to 50 are the ones that we would adapt. We would take out all the questions on sexual health for clarity. So that would take us to the end of 59.
Well, I think that makes a significant difference, Ruth.
Yeah. Okay. Apologies for that. So it would be the questions on sexual health. And apologies, Francis, I missed your
last. No problem. There's no problem. It was just to be absolutely clear, and I would say that is very, very helpful, and I think that might make a difference to the parental response that you'll get in Inverclyde. But then that's at the end of the day, I think it's very important to say this is for the parents. Right, if I could just say the age and stage of the pupils that were surveyed, as it were.
So basically they would be that would have, sorry, the age and stage of pupils who are undertaking
the pupil representatives that you questioned.
Okay, so it was senior representatives. So basically,
is that S4 to S6?
It would have been S4 to S6.
Yeah, and were the parents asked to give consent to that?
No, but we did ask the pupils if they wanted to, if they were willing to take part in the discussion. So we gave them the option of
absolutely accept that and applaud the fact that in Inverclyde we've got a long tradition of actually consulting pupils. But I think, given the nature of what was presented to the young people, particularly those under 16, I think really parental permission should have been sought there. However, well, that's as it is. Can I ask you a wee bit? This is a bit trivial, and sorry to take up time. See the mechanism of the survey, right? How will the parents' consent be obtained? Were you going to write them a letter, and are you going to give them a link to the website, or can I ask how that's going to be done?
So we would write a letter. Originally, the guidance was that parents wouldn't have sight of the survey ahead of giving permission. However, in Inverclyde, what we would say is that we would probably make the survey available so parents knew what they were signing up for. So
can I ask what you mean by making it available?
We can either make it available. The trouble is each survey is individual, so we'd need to let the parents know, see a copy of the survey their children would be undertaking. So we would get a PDF copy and make sure that parents had access to that.
Right, that's helpful. I think that's really important, and I think that if you're going for option 3, that would be a very important way forward. Chris has already raised the question of the Scottish candidate number. You know, and again, we have some concerns over that in relation to children's privacy, because in effect, it means that what they're saying in this survey is going to be known. And, you know, I understand the idea that if something comes out in the survey, people absolutely want to take action on it. And, you know, but again, I come back to the thing, who makes the decision when to intervene? And what's the kind of trigger level for intervention? And if, you know, if there's cases of concern which don't involve a parent, obviously, are the parents going to be informed?
So that was a lot of the very difficult discussions that have been had over the last 2 or 3 years, and I don't think, Francis, to be honest, that has been completely bottomed out in this survey. So who would make the decision? I suppose it would be any professional reading the survey would need to make that decision. We would look
sorry,
at.
Ruth, would that be education officers? You know, and would that then go back to the school, and would there be discussion with the schools? So you're having discussions maybe with head teachers, guidance teachers or whatever, and parents don't know. I mean, this is one of the things that's a real concern for us, is that parents seem to have been utterly sidelined in this.
The issue around the difficulty is education officers and teachers will not have the capacity to look at a huge amount of surveys on. So they just simply won't know, and that was part of the vacillations back and forwards between local authorities and the Scottish Government. Is what would happen if something significant did come up? How would it be dealt with? And I genuinely don't think that we have got to the absolute bottom of that. We know in our own survey, without a Scottish candidate number, it was very easy. It was very easy to look to do that. What I would say is that we were probably talking about child protection issues, and we would put in our usual child protection procedures if something like that came up.
No, thanks for that. But again, that seems to be quite grey in what I think is a very important area, and what I think parents will consider is a very important area. I mean, I understand absolutely, you know, gathering information. You're right that information should inform policy, but you know, given that I think that this will become increasingly controversial, I think there's a case to be made for option 5, you know, in terms of a local survey where you involve all the stakeholders, particularly the parents. I know there's an expense involved in that, but also one of the things that struck me about this is, you know, having this health and well-being survey, and the thing that's impacted most in the young people in the past 2 years is the pandemic. It's almost as if the pandemic doesn't exist in relation to the health and welfare. So, you know, is it maybe something that you could look at, both the general health and well-being, the impact of the pandemic, and really involve stakeholders? That's just the points. And thanks for your time, everybody. I appreciate that was a bit of a rant. Well, I hope not. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Can I go to Elizabeth Robertson next? Elizabeth.
Thanks, Jim. I think that actually there's a kind of hidden option 6 that we've not looked at, which is having 2 versions of the survey, one that has the sexual health questions, one that doesn't have the sexual health questions, and parents and children together, parents and young people together decide on which one they're going to go for. It's an electronic survey anyway, so you're just pressing the appropriate button at the beginning of whichever survey you do. The money that it would take to do a local survey is all in the kind of getting the person to do the analysis and all that back end stuff. How we choose to administer it is, I think, something that we've got a really good track record on. And I would certainly, when I'm envisaging this moving forward, I envisage it being administered in the same compassionate, responsive, inclusive way that we did our own local surveys. It just happens to be a national set of questions. The actual deal breaker for me, I think, is the confidentiality side of things. I don't think we'd need the Scottish candidate number. And in 2013, we had an 84% response that was phenomenally useful to us as an authority. It was also phenomenally useful to individual schools. I know because I sat with every one of them and looked at their surveys, and we didn't ask anybody anything about who they were. They were able to answer completely unmediated and completely confidentially. And so again, I think that would be something that I think we could do again based on the experience that we've had. I think having the option to ask young people about their sexual health is important. I do think it's important because it's an aspect of their life, and it's an aspect of their life increasingly as they grow up. But you'll probably find out that most of them are not sexually active. It's certainly what we found out in 2013, and it's certainly what we found out in 2019. But the ones who are sexually active, well, they're not necessarily being safe. 60% of young people who were sexually active into the 2019 local survey said that they weren't using any form of contraception. So that's something that's potentially riskier than we would want them to be. Maybe the decisions they're making are not the decisions that we would want them to make, and that's a different thing. But we do have to kind of work on the reality of where our young people are at, and I think we owe it to them. We really owe it to them to really respect every aspect of their lives and to plan carefully for every aspect of their development. I've got hundreds more that I could say, but I think hidden option 6 is the option that I would go for, and I think we don't need the Scottish candidate numbers.
Okay, Elizabeth, can we go to Natasha next? Natasha.
Thank you, convener. I was going to raise a point that Elizabeth's just raised there about the Scottish candidate numbers. I think that whilst it's helpful to be able to try and flag behaviours that are maybe risky or put young people at harm, I think it is a huge violation of the privacy, and that should not have to be taken for somebody to participate in the survey. I think that this survey is crucial for planning our services, whether it be the local one or the national one. We've undertaken it twice before, and we do have a statutory right to make sure that we're providing education services which meet the needs of our children and young people. Our children and young people will have sex, they will take drugs, they will have alcohol, but not every child or young person will be doing that. And that's why it's important that we do this survey, so that we know, is there specific areas in which we need to have the community wardens or the youth worker services, or schools need to do certain talks, or is there extra provision that needs to be put in there? So I feel like by actually trying to stop this survey and by branding it the sex survey, that is absolutely ridiculous. There are 27 topics in that survey, one of which is about sex. 27 topics, and we've focused on the sex one. Yes, sex is a huge thing, especially when you're a young person. There's pressure, there's nerves, there's also a lot that can go wrong, and it can change your life outcomes if you don't have that education, if you aren't taught about your options, if you aren't taught what a loving, caring relationship looks like. That can really make or break somebody's life at that age, and we don't want that. We want our young people to grow up nurtured and supported, and as a local authority, as a corporate parent, we would want nothing more for our children in this area. I think the anatomical terms, they are shocking, but that is the terms that schools encourage parents and children to use because it helps reduce and flag up instances of abuse. We don't like to talk about abuse, we don't like to talk about sexual things, but unfortunately these things do happen, and for some of our young people it is a reality for them. The survey is age appropriate. We've got different ones for different age groups. And over the age of 16, it says on, I think it was page 39, it says that over 16s don't actually need parental consent to do the survey. It's up to local authority whether we ask for that or not. And I think based on the fact that the question is about have they had sex, and you need to be 16 to have sex legally, then we're asking an age appropriate question. Legally, in the eyes of law, they can go out and have sex. In the eyes of the law, however, they can't take drugs and they're not allowed to have alcohol until 18, but for whatever reason, these questions aren't deemed as being taboo. We're okay with our children talking about whether they're doing drugs or taking alcohol, but not whether or not they're being safe, whether they feel loved and nurtured in their relationships. I can see a reason for all the options. I can understand the concerns that parents have raised. I can understand the concerns that have been raised here today. My preference is option 2 or option 5. I kind of like the idea of Elizabeth's option 6, but we need to think about the pressure whether we do option 5 or option 6. I'm happy to have other people weigh in on what one of them they would prefer to go for, but I do think we should be asking those questions. We've asked them before, and I think they are really important for ensuring that our young people have their basic needs met. So going on that, I'm willing to be swayed with the options, but personally I would rather have option 5 with the removal of the Scottish candidate number. So I'd move option number 5 and make it that the questions are optional, that they can skip past the sexual health questions, and that Scottish candidate number is not required.
Okay, thanks, Natasha. Now,
Sorry, Jim, can I just say one more thing? It's not related to sex, it's related to standing orders. I've just checked, and 45B is included within the application for standing orders to committee under point 59. So any detailed questions must be submitted by 10 AM the day before.
Okay, thanks for that, Natasha. We're going to try and move on the best I can. Now, Chris, I'm going to let you back in again, but what I was wanting to do is try and get members that have not been in yet in first, if that's okay to you. So I'm going to ask, if I'm doing it strictly in order, it'll be Chris McElhenney next. But I'm asking Chris, can I allow Chris Curley to come in first? Or do you want to come in? Something.
You're confusing me, like asking Chris if Chris can come in.
No, I did say Chris McElhenney or Chris Curley.
Curley,
Your name's McElhenney.
Mr.
Right,
Curley, it's all yours.
Right, Chris Curley.
Yeah, this time of night, it's lucky we know what our names are anyway. So, well, I think, maybe just a comment. I think I'd like to get, first of all, just like to get clarity about whether or not we can remove the candidate number if we're doing a national survey. That would be good if somebody could give us that information. I do share the concerns about anonymity. Just my comment was when I was looking at the questions, and obviously there's been a little bit in the paper, and I don't stick too much, and there's been a little bit in the news about the questions. I was thinking, well, yeah, they are quite explicit, and then I was sort of thinking, well, what was happening and what was the stories when I was age 14, and what was the sort of sexual health questions that we were asked? What was the sexual health climate when I was 14? And then I remembered when I was 14, I remember back to that sort of time. I had a wee look, and of course it was middle of the AIDS pandemic at the start, 1987. So when we were at school, when I was at school that age, I'm 48 now, so that would have been 35 years ago. That we were, as kids, we were very aware of this language at this age. So I don't think it's a new language that the kids are aware of. It was certainly deemed to be public information. There was documentaries of public information programs on television that went through all these terminologies: anal sex, vaginal sex, oral sex, issues with bleeding, all sorts of stuff with haemophilia, homosexuality, all these terms and things that were all discussed openly. And it was the education got to that sort of age. So I just started making the comment that these are not new terms that kids have been are aware of, or things like that. This is terminology that's been around, and it's had to be around for a long period of time because of the factors of the situation of the society in which we live in.
Okay, thanks for that, Chris. Are you indicating what sort of option? What I'm trying to get a feel for is what sort of option the members are going for. Have you got a feeling of what one you would support?
Well, I think it's the thing about Elizabeth. I think it's important to give people the opportunity to not take part in a survey if they don't feel they should be. So I think the option 6, or new option 6, with the option to take one without the sexual health questions if they wish to do that. I think that's the way to do it. But I think, again, it would be making sure that we have the anonymity, so removing the candidate number from the survey if we can at all possible.
I'm getting a wee bit confused. I know it's Paula's got her hand up, but I did say I would come back to Chris McElhenney. Chris McElhenney, you want to come back in now?
Yes, thanks, convener. I'm still not ready to support any of the recommendations because there's still a few questions that I'm not satisfied with the safety of the survey. So, for example, there's 4 more questions, not be as long. So, for example, back to what these blurbs, right? I'm assuming that's what accompanies the survey. So, nowhere in that does it say that we're going to hand over the information to the Scottish Government, right? So we've been told that one class carried out the survey. So if we handed over that data to the Scottish Government, we have a question to ask ourselves: have we breached data protection and should we be referring ourselves to the ICO, or has the Scottish Government breached data protection? So I wouldn't want to proceed with this survey without really basic data privacy issues being clarified. Mrs. Gilpin made some points, and she had asked about. So can you still hear me, convener?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, it's just that everyone froze other than you. Maybe it's just me and you's on the meeting then. So Mrs. Gilpin had made the point about, when we were flagging up some issues, would we locate these children and we tell their parents. But the survey clearly tells children that we won't tell their parents anything. So if we're going to proceed with this survey, there's a lot of language that needs fixed, you know, such as we will not share your information with anyone. That's not true, because we're going to share it with the Scottish Government. And picking up on an answer earlier, it's, well, actually, if we think there's some safeguarding concerns and we can identify the child, then I think the answer from Ruth was there's been ongoing dialogue for years and there's no answer on that. So we don't actually know, would a parent be told or would a parent not be told? But what we're telling the child, and it's why there was that quite substantial intervention that Mrs. Gilpin raised about this being a breach of children's privacy and a breach of the United Nations Charter in terms of the right to the child of privacy.
Ruth, is that you finished, Chris? What are you wanting Ruth to comment now, or are you still in mid-flow?
Yeah, no. I'd just like to say I think there's a lot of changes that do need to be made.
Right.
If we proceed with the survey, there's a lot of statements that are wrong. Right. So I've got some questions that I would also like.
We'll give Ruth a chance to answer that before she loses track altogether. Ruth,
so perhaps this has been through the legal team and looking at the data sharing agreement. Perhaps the best action for me to take is for Councillor McElhenney to get in touch with the legal team and particularly look at the privacy impact statements on either side. What I would also say is I don't know if we can remove the Scottish candidate numbers, so I will need to do further work in research and taking this forward as to whether or not that will be an option and still undertaking the survey. I simply don't know the answer to that and how the analysis would look at that. So I will need to take some of these thoughts away and to find the answers out, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I had thought you had said earlier that we had removed the candidate number. So, I mean, a really key point is you can't conduct a survey in which you expressly say we will not share your information with anyone other than the council, and then after that sign a privacy data sharing agreement with the Scottish Government. So either that statement's completely wrong and it should say this is a Scottish Government survey, the Scottish Government will get access to your data, your teacher will see it, because we've mentioned that teachers might see it. We can't proceed with this survey which is either disingenuous or misleading to the children, because it's telling them one thing, that is, this is the council carrying out this survey, only the council will see these results. We can't then go and sign some agreement with the Scottish Government and hand that data over. So I don't know what the outcome's going to be, convener, in terms of removing the sex questions. We've got some questions on concerns on them.
Okay. Can I, is Ruth to answer that question that you posed there and out to her? Ruth, you want to answer that?
Which question was that? Sorry, I've lost track now.
Yeah, that was the one where he was talking about you can't say that we're not going to share this data with anybody and then share the data with the Scottish.
I would need to check the legal team so that they've been involved in the agreement. So I would need to check all those with the legal team. I haven't got that specific knowledge.
And I would say, Chris, my earlier point, I think an awful lot of these questions could have been answered before this meeting. Now, I'm going to let you back in again, but you've had another really good chance there, so I'm going to bring Paula in. Paula?
Thanks, convener. Before Liz posited option 6, which I quite like, I was going to speak in favour of option 1 or 2. I think however difficult it is for us and however uncomfortable we are as adults around those questions, and I would argue that's maybe because we didn't talk about it and we weren't asked about it when we were in school. We need to recognise that sexual activity, whether consensual or non-consensual, is part of the lives of some of our young people. And we need to be pragmatic about that, we need to be realistic about that. We've talked in this meeting already about pupil voice around school meals, around Gaelic tradition.
We're losing you, Paula.
Oh no.
No, it's okay. It was just your voice went.
Oh, you wish. I'll put my video off to see if that helps. We've talked about pupil voice. in this meeting around school meals, around Gaelic provision. But if we remove these questions, we're closing down people's voice with regard to their sexual health. We're closing off opportunities for young people to raise issues that they have. We're closing off the opportunity for them to open up about adverse experiences that they might be having. If we're going to provide tailored, appropriate support in our schools, we need to have that data. So as uncomfortable as it might be, I think we need to be asking the questions. The option 2 may be more palatable, but I quite like Libby's hidden option 6. Thanks, Jim.
Okay, thanks, Paula. I don't think there's any actual question for Ruth there. I think it was more a statement of where you are with the debate. Before I allow Chris to come back in again, can I ask if any member who's not come in yet wishes to comment? If not, I'll let Chris come back in and I'll just make my comment that I've done about 3 or 4 times. An awful lot of your questions could have been answered well before this meeting, Chris, but on you go for your next question. Have you not got any more?
No,
sorry.
So apologies. I have some questions, yeah.
Right. And just my comment, I do feel as if you've wasted an awful lot of the committee's time. I do feel as if you could have got all these questions answered by, in fact, more fully answered by the corporate director and the senior management team if you actually asked them before this, rather than actually just put them on the night and put senior officers in the position of not having the facts to hand to them. But on you go, if that's what you want to do. Go for your next question. And I dare say
there's a section that says supported in advice. And it says you need support or advice in any of the topics asked in the survey, then your school will have, past tense, will have provided you with a list of ways in which you can speak to someone who may be able to help you. So some members we were aware of that
Chris, I think we're losing you, unfortunately, Chris.
Answering this survey. Can you hear me?
Maybe we switched off your camera as well. I know it'll mean we don't see you, but we might be able to hear you better.
Yep, thanks. I'm back now, convener. Is that okay?
Yeah. Right, page 41, the bubble with support and advice.
Let me just pile in on another advice in case that happens again. Apologies. Coming in on the other device. Okay, so there will be children that are answering something that are victims of sexual violence. So okay, I think that's a better signal, that one. So Mrs. Gilpin did the point about
can I ask, is there any other questions till? Now there's 2, there's an echo. You'll need to switch something off, Chris.
Yep. I think that, how's that?
Okay, well, Chris comes back on. I'm going to...
Yep, hi convener.
Oh,
is that
right.
Now? Yeah.
Are you there? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
So page 41, support and advice. What's your question?
Well, the question is to highlight that, and this is for me one of the most important points in this whole survey, there will be children that answer these questions that are victims of sexual abuse and sexual assault, potentially even rape. So to look at such intrusive, vulgar questions would be what many people would call a triggering event. I don't think many would argue with that. So in 41, it talks about support and advice that would have been put in place. But again, that kind of conflicts the whole, this is an anonymous survey. So there was one class that had this carried out already. What was there before the survey was given out? Was sort of pamphlets? This is, if you need to speak to, whether it's guidance, teachers, etc. Because for me, if you keep these questions in and we don't you know, we say we get the statistics for the children, but there could be some children really triggered by these questions. And do we have, you know, where's the survey getting carried out? Will there be guidance teachers on hand if, you know, children need immediate support because of the intrusive nature of these questions that might trigger events? So that for me is a concern. I don't think I could consent to any of the sex questions without really knowing that that's targeted support would be there on hand. And children are being asked, you know, one of the other parts of the survey says, you know, we won't tell anyone your answers, but feel free to tell your friends. I mean, I think that's a ridiculous statement, you know, because you will have some kids, you know, I remember back from being that age, that will be bragging about what they've answered, which, you know, again, could be a triggering event for the other children of the really bad experiences. And I don't see anything here that explains to us what that's. I mean, it's a tiny little bubble about support and advice, but, you know, support and advice should surely be, you know, a really substantive plank at the start of this, certainly to give young people peace of mind, but certainly us as members.
Okay. Ruth, you want to answer that?
Yes, we have experience of doing 2 surveys which have asked equally as intrusive questions. So the 2013 and the 2019 survey, which was reported to this committee, asked broadly similar questions, and very much so our teachers are skilled at providing any support for young people, or providing anybody at any time, I would have to say, support for any adverse reactions. And we are aware when we do surveys like this that there might be adverse reactions. Absolutely. If you remember, the ones we reported to the 2019 also asked very much about coercive control alongside the sexual health questions as well. And when we reported that back, we were seeing the difference in different types of answers, and how young females or males had perhaps felt that they wouldn't have had sex, and the types of conversations they've had. So that will have had an impact on young people who are answering that, absolutely. And we get the also the possibility of people who have been abused. There is also an argument in that, and this was something that came up in the conversation with the young people, that it gives people, young people, a framework and an opportunity to be able to speak about such matters, either with the parents, and I think we were all of an agreement that the parents should see the survey because they can opt out, or with teachers and things. So actually by asking the questions, sometimes it may actually get children to talk about matters in using the correct terminology. So what I would say is, in answer to your question, is our teachers are skilled, and it wasn't one of the questionnaires that had sexual health questions in. That was the class that undertook it.
Okay, I'm going to ask.
Sorry, can I just clarify? So you had said that. So we're talking, was it a primary class or a small year group that took the?
It was a primary class.
Okay, thanks for clarification. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to double check that Colin user 4, and I know you had problems, Jim, with your phone. Can you confirm that that's you? And can I ask you if you get any questions?
Yeah, it was me, Jim. I'm sorry about that. I didn't realise that my phone was dying a death. If that's possible, double dying, but anyway, it went.
Yeah, I think we all know it's possible to die a death. So if you want to ask your question.
Yeah, not so much a question, but
we don't.
Certainly just a small comment that you know, I've listened to what people have said, and agree with much that's been said already. I think it's vital we do have a survey. There's obviously there's a lot in this survey. There is only so many questions there which are in relation to sexual health, and I think at the end of the day it's a matter of choice, and I agree with what Liz is proposing about looking at a possible other option 6 and giving people the choice. Thanks.
Okay. Now, I think all members who wishes to speak did speak. I'm looking to see if we've got any other member who wishes to speak. Now, we've got Lynn, yes, by all means, if you wish to come in.
I think it's just useful just to clarify a position, because it looks like there's so many options. I don't know where we're going to get to a vote, but
I was going to try and sum up at some point, Lynn.
yeah, so I'm looking forward to burning the midnight oil, and at least I've probably lost a couple of pounds by not eating for at least 8 hours. But so concerns about the survey, I absolutely agree. We should have a survey. We should be asking these questions, and maybe take exception to the word vulgar, because I think actually talking about sex isn't vulgar. You know, people have been having sex since, you know, we were all here as a produce of sex, so let's just kind of get that out. It's no vulgar. Let's just, you know, teenagers have been having sex. They talk about, thankfully, our generation, I just know as a parent, so I'm probably talking more as a parent, our kids talk about sex lots at the dinner table at every moment, and that's what I encourage. Whether that's heterosexual sex, gay sex, we talk about it all, because that is, as a parent, I feel like we should be having those conversations. Those days where we, you know, pretend it didn't happen by not talking about it are over, thankfully, because if we don't actually have these conversations, then we don't explain to our young people what's, you know, what's reasonable, and when it starts to get, you know, where it becomes a problem. You know, we're talking about coercion and all the rest. We want to talk about healthy relationships. So, you know, maybe that's just me as a parent. I'm quite open and we talk about lots of stuff. But I absolutely accept that not every parent is at the same stage where I am, so I totally respect that. I'm not saying that every parent should be the same as me. So I really, the fact that it will be voluntary, you know, voluntary, and the parents need to opt in. But actually, as a parent, you know, we do talk about people voice. As a parent, I don't believe that I should tell my 15, 16, 17 whether they should fill that survey. That's a choice for them. So the voluntary thing for the child, the young person, is probably more important than me as a parent. They should have that choice. You know, it's their information and it's their life. They can share it with whoever they like. It really should be there. So it really needs to be voluntary, you know, and they can opt in or opt out. So they need to have that choice. I have concerns about the candidate number, because I think if we're saying it's anonymous, it kind of has to be anonymous. So it's really hard for parents to understand, is it anonymous or is it not anonymous, and why you need the candidate number. So there is a bit of nervousness to totally understand that. So I've got concerns about the candidate number. So, and also, I think once parents know why, what exactly you're going to ask, why are you asking it, and what's going to happen with that data, I'm sure a lot of them will be more comfortable. So, you know, so the process really needs to include that element of data. So I don't know if that's been helpful or not, you know, so I'm not really seem to be getting, you know, I'm thinking, should I be more worried about this survey than this? It's set a thing, and I'm thinking, I'm quite relaxed about it, but that's my choice to be relaxed about it and let my kids make that choice. But I absolutely respect other parents that maybe don't want to go down that route, and because it's voluntary, I'm totally comfortable with that. Just as an aside, you might, I mean, we're talking about this survey, but there's lots of things where conversations had. So not that long ago, my 12-year-old got asked if she was pregnant before she got a flu vac, right? So that is public health stuff that happens every day, and we kind of don't question that either. So I'm just kind of thinking, well, why is things being scrutinised and other things maybe not? So that again, it was have a conversation about your child, why they ask you that, even though it seems quite silly and we were all having a laugh about it. But these questions happen every day for health reasons. You know, conversations I had, especially women, you're used to being asked lots of intrusive questions, so maybe we're a bit more relaxed. But you know, that happens every day for health reasons. As long as people understand why they're asking it, then I'm fairly comfortable about it.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. Very briefly, as we can see, Chris has put a point in with regard to the questions for P6 to S3. Ruth, are you able to answer that?
Just because every survey is different, we illustrated the S4 one because that was perhaps the one that gave the best examples of questions. I'm happy to circulate PDFs of all the questionnaires to the committee.
Okay.
Thanks. So, just one final point of clarity. At the start, I thought that Ruth had answered that the candidate number was removed from the survey. I'm sure you said the candidate number was removed. The survey, the class that we can.
In our own survey, when we conducted our own survey, we didn't use the Scottish candidate numbers. So, and apologies, I don't think I said when the class undertook it that the SCN was removed in that class.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Ruth. I'm going to try and move to conclusion here. Now, what I'm a wee bit unsure of, and obviously Elizabeth, Christopher and Jim have had this discussion within the three themselves, but I just want clarity. We've got 5 options here. Liz has brought in an option 6. I'm just wanting clarity on what that option 6 is from her view.
So option 6 would be the survey as is, with the option up front to either answer it with the sexual health questions or without the sexual health questions. And the other bit that I would add into it is that we should remove the candidate number if that is at all possible.
Right. I'm going to get the last bit of that first. Ruth, can we remove the candidate number? That should be a yes or no.
I don't know the answer to that. My understanding.
It could be a yes or no or don't know. Right. So right.
When we've asked before,
right,
the answer has been no. But I can go back, given that we're possibly in a different context now, I can go back and question that again of the Scottish Government.
Can I just get clarification? And I don't not want to prolong this. Can I just get see option number 1? See if when it gets to the sex questions, they could just stop the survey at that point. They don't need to answer any other question. I just want to put that in there. Option 1, they just go and stop at question number 54 and don't answer anything else. They don't need to answer the question.
Jim, can I come back in at that?
Yeah, by all means, Elizabeth. I just want to get clarity of what we're doing if somebody's moving something.
I'm not. Are they definitely the last set of questions would be the first thing? They're not. So there's questions after it. So you would want to kind of all paths so that you make sure every other question is there, and it's only those ones that are removed.
There are 2 questions after it, 60 and 61. We would have to look at the skip option because the survey will take you to the next question automatically. So whilst we can amend the questions, and I will need to check with the Scottish Government if we can do 2 sets in Inverclyde. We would need to in the background the skip function needs to move on so that the survey can blank the questions. And I will ask again about the Scottish candidate number.
Right, okay. So I've got clarity with regard to Elizabeth, although she's not get her answer. So Ruth will get you that answer to that question at some point, Elizabeth. Can I go back to Natasha? Natasha, I got the feeling that you were actually wanting to go for option 5, explore the implications of doing our own survey. Can I ask you, are you happy with what Liz has said with regard to option 6, that we'd ask the survey in full, but give that opt-out clause, if possible, for any of the sex questions?
Yes, that's what I was going to say, was that my understanding was option 6 was kind of like option 5, just with the choice of either or. But I'm happy with Elizabeth's
So you're happy with, see, we're getting closer.
Yeah, the Scottish candidate number is my main worry, and also making sure that the young people that get asked it is age appropriate. And after today's committee, I'm convinced it is.
Lynn, I don't like to put you in the spot. Would you be happy with that? Option number 6 is outlined by Elizabeth.
I'm happy with that. Same as all the way through, the kids can choose which questions they answer or not. If they're unsure of the question, that already happens already anyway.
That was my point.
Yeah, so yeah, 2 options, and let's see how we go in and remove the candidate number is still a concern.
Okay, so what we've got here is if nobody else is putting anything forward, I was actually going to go for the officer's motion, but I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to go for Elizabeth's
Yep.
option 6 because there's no use of
Convener,
that. So we've got a motion from Elizabeth and we've got an amendment from Christopher.
did that show up in the chat? It keeps telling me that telecom chat not available, so I don't know if you're seeing what
I was going to move either one of these amendment or one of these move. If you're moving, since you've got move in the chat, which is in account of the lack of clarity over serious data protection issues, the committee do not proceed with the survey. Right. So
sorry, there's another. It's not included at all. Sorry. What just read aloud?
Yes.
Okay. So you want this to be me moving this as the motion?
Well, it's only because you put move on the chat.
Okay. Yeah. So in account.
So I was doing the courtesy of.
Yeah. So in account of a lack of clarity over serious data protection issues that have not been answered, and the potential that the survey is a breach of the United Nations Charter on the Rights of Children in regards to their privacy, that the committee do not proceed with the survey.
Okay. Right, so we've got that cleared, and Elizabeth has put her amendment on as is. So the amendment is that we have a two-tier option number 6. When it gets to the question 50 or whatever the question is, that they can skip that and automatically go to questions 60 and 61. Is that correct, Elizabeth? And do you understand those two?
Can I just check for clarity? They can skip the questions. It's whether or not they're removed from the survey is what I'm looking at, because we can take questions out of the survey. It's whether or not that's the option Elizabeth's looking at. It's just
I think she's looking for the. I think she's looking for the option for the pupil to complete the 6 questions. If I've understood right, Elizabeth, but I'll let you talk about it.
So I'm really, I guess my ideal scenario would be when they're starting the survey, they get 2 options: a button to press the survey with the sexual health questions, or a button to press the survey without the sexual health questions, and then all that happens for them then is they follow the path that they've chosen. The only additional bit I would put into that would be about the Scottish candidate number, taking it out if we can.
So that's the bit I will need to check if we can deliver, because it's Inverclyde would opt to be doing 2 versions of the survey, and I'm unsure from the Scottish Government if we can do that.
We've got another amendment from Stephen, but what I'm going to do is seek clarification on for Lynn. Lynn, what do you need clarifying on?
Sorry, I know it's been a long night, but in terms of the parents' consent, how does that fit in? Because I know we're talking about the pupil consent, but the parent consent then, so that goes out. So I just want to clarify in my head. So the notification goes out to parents saying the survey's taking place. Please let us know if you want your child to take part. Is that correct? And then we can take it from there. So I just wanted to clarify that, because we didn't really talk about the parent consent.
Yeah, there's parent consent, but we also have to match that with the rights of the young people, especially if they're over 16.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, probably. Yeah, the younger ones as well. No, that's fine.
And also we can't.
That process is included. That's fine.
And we can't make them do it, so people can still opt out if they don't want to do it.
Yeah, it's just the parent consent. I'm totally fine with the pupil consent because they're filling it in. They consent by filling it in. I'm just talking, making sure there's a process before that the parent be advised the reason why we're taking it, what the survey's about, and that in effect let us know if you don't consent, which is fine. Great, thanks.
Is that okay, Lynn? Again, Natasha's asked, before I go to Stephen, Natasha's asked for clarification, and to be fair, I think a number of members have got concerns about this, and this is how anonymous is the survey and about the Scottish candidate number on it. So
Jim, my question was, let's say we reach agreement on option number 6, as we've been calling it. I would assume that if there was any privacy concerns over anything the council was doing, whether it be through the Scottish Government or the council directly, we would withdraw that if we thought there was a violation of GDPR regulations, for example. I would expect that to be the case. So that should satiate Councillor McElhenney's points from earlier, because we would need to look into that anyway for putting the survey forward. But if we did have any compliance issues, we would need to stop what we're doing and report it, or not do it at all.
Okay, Ruth? Okay.
Yes, and other authorities are undertaking the survey as well.
Can I would say that I'm going to, is that a clarification or another question, Jim?
No, Convener, it's just one point I neglected to say when I spoke earlier on, that like other people, I believe this should be anonymous, this survey. So I'm just adding my support to
that. And we'll find that out. Now, we've got that. Now, Councillor McCabe wants to move another amendment as well. Stephen, what's your amendment?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I've just noticed Francis has disappeared, so I don't know if we're making efforts to get Francis back into the meeting. But I'm happy to move my amendment in the meantime. I see Francis is now back into the meeting. I mean, I've listened intently to the discussion and a lot of good points made by everyone, I have to say. But I just think after having listened to the discussion, I think the whole sort of process in terms of this survey has become tainted. It's been tainted by a very unhelpful debate at a national level, I think. But I think we're also going through here and how can we amend the survey? How can we do this? We can do that. And I just think that it's overly complicated. So my amendment is that we shouldn't proceed with the survey at this point in time, but we should explore option 5.
Okay. Okay, now the problem we've got is we've got to put the two amendments together. So the two amendments are Elizabeth's amendment and your own amendment. So so it's a case of going to the vote on this, and I take it as both amendments. And again, Anne, you'll tell me if I'm right or wrong. So I take it the question is whether we go for Elizabeth's amendment or Stephen's amendment first of all, and then we put that against the substantive motion, which is actually Chris's substantive motion. So if that's right, Anne, can we move to the vote?
That's correct, yes. So can I just before I start, you're absolutely correct as to the procedure. I note that Councillor McCabe's amendment, which is the second amendment, was that Councillor McCabe is moving that we do not proceed with the survey, and that officers will explore option 5 and bring a report back to the committee. Is that correct, Councillor McCabe?
That's absolutely correct, Anne.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Robertson's amendment is that she would wish the survey to proceed, but that children would be given 2 options. One option to complete the survey with the questions regarding sexual matters, and the second option to complete the questionnaire form without the options, and that the Scottish candidate number to be removed if possible. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
I'm going to let Ruth in for a point of clarification. Ruth?
That motion would be at the moment incompetent because I can't guarantee that I can do that. So committee would be giving me a direction to do something that I can't deliver on. Perhaps if I could suggest an amendment, which is ask officers to explore the possibility. So you give me a remit to look at to ask the questions, and then I would bring back to committee what the options are on that, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. The only problem I've got with that is, do we then need to go through this debate all over again?
Yes.
So,
sorry, I missed. What was it that Ms. Binks says wasn't competent?
What she says, because she's not able. I'll let Ruth say it herself. Ruth.
Because I'm not able to guarantee 2 things that Councillor Robertson wanted. The first was whether or not we can undertake the survey as is without the Scottish candidate number. The second is, and what the implications would be for that. The second is whether or not Inverclyde can have 2 versions of the survey. We know we can amend the survey, but I don't know if we can amend it twice. if that makes sense. So I don't know that I can definitely deliver on what that motion would be. Apologies for that.
Elizabeth, it's in your court. Are you happy with what Ruth is saying, or you want to forget about that and just go for option 5 and explore our options for our own survey?
No, because we could have done that a couple of years ago. So no, just I mean, if we go for it and answer the questions, if we can do it, we can do it. If we can't do it, then you know.
So it comes back to it.
Sorry, Jim.
No, that's fine. No, that's fair enough. I'm just going to Anne. So Anne, you're okay. So one's to see if we can do it, and the other one's a straightforward option 5, and then we put them two against Chris's substantive motion. And you're on mute.
Sorry, this was when you said option 5, so that's Councillor McCabe's amendment 2. We shouldn't proceed with report and will explore option 5. So that's going against Councillor Robertson's amendment. So I'll just ask everyone present if they vote for the first amendment or the second amendment.
So Councillor McCabe's amendment number 1?
No, I think, well, I had noted Councillor Robertson's amendment.
That's fine. I just need clarity.
Councillor McCabe is amendment
right,
2.
Okay.
And I'll just remind members of that as I go through. So Councillor Clopperty, do you support Councillor Robertson's amendment or Councillor McCabe's amendment?
Councillor Robertson's amendment number 1.
Thank you. Councillor Curley, do you support Councillor Robertson's amendment or Councillor McCabe's amendment?
Councillor Robertson's amendment. Number 1.
Thank you. Councillor MacLeod, do you support Councillor Robertson's amendment or Councillor McCabe?
Councillor Robertson's.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe, amendment 1 or your own amendment?
My own amendment.
Thank you. McElhenney, Councillor Robertson's amendment, McCabe's amendment?
Councillor McCabe's amendment.
Councillor, I think Councillor McVeigh has left us. Councillor Murphy, do you support Councillor Robertson's amendment or Councillor McCabe's amendment?
Councillor Robertson's amendment, please.
Thank you. Councillor Quinn, Councillor Robertson's amendment or Councillor McCabe's amendment?
Councillor Robertson, number 1.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson, your own amendment or Councillor?
I'll go with my own amendment.
Thank you.
Disappointed in you, Elizabeth.
I know Councillor Wilson has left. Mrs. Gilpin, can I ask if you support Councillor Robertson's amendment or Councillor McCabe's amendment?
Councillor McCabe's.
Thank you. And I think Reverend Donaldson and Reverend Burt have left us, and Miss McMillan is no longer here. Mrs. McEwen, I think has. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Councillor Robertson.
Robertson, thank you. So I've noted 7 votes for Councillor Robertson and 3 for Councillor McCabe. Diane, can I just do a check with you? Make sure, yeah, you're nodding. So Councillor Robertson's motion will now go up against Councillor McElhenney's motion.
Okay, so Councillor Robertson's is an amendment to the motion.
To the motion.
Okay, so it's straightforward motion or amendment.
Yeah.
Can we just have the motion read out, please?
Yeah. So the motion, as I've noted it, and Councillor McElhenney, you'll keep it right. You've said on account of a lack of clarity that there is a potential breach of the UN Charter and a lack of clarity over serious data protection issues that have not been answered, that the report should not proceed, that the survey should not proceed.
Yeah, it was basically that, but it was the 2 substantive points were the other way around, and it was it was the potential breach of the United Nations Human Rights Charter of the Child in terms of privacy.
Okay. So on account of a lack of clarity that there is a potential breach of the United Nations Human Rights Charter regarding of the child regarding privacy, and a lack of clarity over serious data protection issues that have not been answered, the survey should not proceed.
That's
Is
correct.
that the motion in full? Okay.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Sinclair.
Convener, are you happy for me now to take the roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I will ask each member whether they support the motion or the amendment. Councillor Clockerty.
Amendment.
Councillor Curley, motion or amendment?
Amendment.
Councillor MacLeod, motion or amendment?
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe, motion or amendment?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor McElhenney, motion or amendment?
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, motion or amendment?
Amendment.
Councillor Quinn, motion or amendment?
Amendment.
Councillor Robertson?
Amendment.
And Mrs. Gilpin?
Abstain.
Thank you. So I make that 6 votes. Oh, sorry. I do apologise. Sorry.
Right. Amendment.
Amendment. Thank you. So I make that 7 votes for the amendment for Councillor Robertson's amendment and 1 vote for the motion. Can I just double check with you, Diane, in relation to the numbers? Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Can I again thank everybody? That's the end of business, unless I've missed something else. Can I again thank everybody very much for their attendance tonight, especially our workers. They've went beyond the call of duty. So for Lindsay, Mary, and our officers as well, and just thank you very much for the forbearance. Lynn's final, we've not put this to bed yet, because Lynn's final comment on it is absolutely right. I think there's quite a few of us that think that about the Scottish candidate number. So this might not be over and done with yet, but can I thank you very much for that? And I told you I'd get it done by 9 o'clock. So enjoy the rest of your evening. I don't know what's on tonight, but just enjoy it. And thanks very much for your forbearance.